hands together for the one, the only, raelcun, who is running Chrono Cross Radical Dreamers Edition.
Hello.
Hello, how you doing, raelcun?
I'm doing pretty well. We're here to run Radical Dreamers. My thing is being dumb. Hang on, let me make my camera come back. It doesn't like it when I move drag channels. Yeah. I might just need to rejoin the channel 1 second. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, it just does that. It don't like it when I get drag channels. But hi, I'm raelcun. I'm running Chrono Cross Radical Dreamers Edition. This is on Steam. We're using a couple mods to make it run smoother because without the mods it runs real choppy. It's not great. So we're running a special KFX and a 4 gig memory patch. Both can be found on the speedrun.com resources page if you're interested in running this version of the game. And we're also using the inbuilt fast forward feature to make it go fast. I've got Dine here with me today, and he's going to be joining me on commentary. Say hi, Dine. Did we lose Dine?
I'm still here.
Oh, hi. Introduce yourself.
Introduce yourself, Dine. Silence.
I said something. I guess Discord just didn't register it.
No, it didn't.
No, because I was like,
Right,
I'm here to fill space, and then there was silence, and I was like, maybe I said the wrong thing.
Can we get a hashtag thanks Discord in the chat? Because thanks Discord.
Right, I'm gonna unfortunately have to cut off Time Scar here. Very good song. What is the name for Surge?
Yeah, the name for Surge has been confirmed. It's Furt.
Furt?
Furt. F-U-R-T.
Are we doing caps?
You know
capital
what?
F?
Why not? Why not? Well, let's do a capital Furt.
Capital Furt? Okay. All right, so I'm going to get started here in 3, 2, 1, go. So you're going to see that the fast forward is pretty chunky here at the start. It makes the pace of the run much, much faster and eliminates a lot of the slow periods of the game. It makes dodging enemies very difficult sometimes, so we've got a little indicator on whether or not my fast forward is on or off next to my webcam, because in situations like that, you kind of have to turn it off if enemies are in a bad spot, because turning off the fast forward for a few seconds is still much faster than getting into a battle and having to run away. Runaway is guaranteed in this game, but still long animation at the beginning and the end of battles. Oh, bad luck on the bat.
As
These
raelcun
bats
is about
are-
to show him off.
Yeah, the bats are kind of random, and sometimes they just swoop at you, and there's no real consistent way of dodging them, even if you're not playing on fast forward. So you just kind of gotta run and hope they don't get in your way.
That's rather batty, if you ask me.
Oy.
Oy. Sorry, I'm probably gonna do puns here and there, so I do apologize in advance.
He goes, "A Furt?" Oh no, I'm not prepared for this.
Hey, Furt.
So we got some story stuff. We're gonna see a flash forward. We're gonna talk to Lena, our childhood sweetheart. Then we're gonna get thrown into the game, and the game goes really fast. So we're gonna have to start pre-explaining a few things. The combat system is the big thing of this game. It looks really complex on first glance, but it's not as bad as it looks. So it works around everybody having stamina. Your maximum stamina is 7. And you can do a few things, which is either attacking, you can defend, you can use an element. Using an element always uses 7 stamina, and if you have less than 7 stamina, it will put you in the negative. This sounds like it's bad, but when all of your characters are in the negative, a weird thing happens, and everybody gets back more stamina than they should. We call that a stamina refresh. We're going to be doing that a few times throughout the run. And the attacks, what they do is we have the weak attack, which uses 1 stamina, the medium attack, which uses 2, and the strong attack, which uses 3. We usually just call them 1, 2, 3 attacks because of that. And whenever you defend, it will just make them use everybody regains 1 stamina, basically. So we're going to
there
do
you
this menu here. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, so I was about to say, here you've seen raelcun buy some fireballs. a lot of the elements in the grid, you can put them on various spots. So it'll say Fireball plus, or say Fireball is level 3 and it says ±2. You can put it on level 1 or you can put it on level 5, anywhere in between. For attacks, it will, if it's in a minus, it will make them a little bit weaker. If it's the plus, it'll make them a little bit stronger. A big part of the run is using buffs, and thankfully buffs don't receive any negative effects from being put on a lower, which helps save a lot of stamina in the runs and makes the flow of the battles a little bit easier.
Yeah, casting elements is kind of the one thing we didn't cover. Every time you hit an attack, a 1, 2, or 3, it gives you that many element levels, but only up to the maximum level that you have equipped. So if you have an element in elements level 3, you can only build up 3 element levels. And we'll use that to our advantage sometimes, where we just have an element equipped that we don't plan to use, just so it can generate an extra element level. Gonna go for the 3 again, because I got bad stamina. And we got some required fights here, and this fight is not required, but we do need some humor in this area. So if I get this fight, I just YOLO it, and if I get it, I just kill it. It makes it easier, because trying to dodge that fight is very inconsistent to begin with.
So with the way the game works, you really can't farm encounters for stat growth. You get hit points sometimes at the end of a battle. Near the end of every boss fight, you'll get something called a star level, and the game will roll a chance for you to gain stats. In this run, we're looking for strength, and then secondary would be magic. You kind of have, the game expects you to be at a certain strength depending on what star level you at, and if you're lower than that, the game will try to catch it up by throwing you an extra, like, strength +2 or magic +2 in a couple of spaces. Sometimes doesn't always work out. You can still end up being fairly weak, and it is one of the big random parts of the run. Thankfully, the speedrun community has different strats for different strength ranges.
Yeah, most runs you'll be at a pretty consistent range near the end. If you get really unlucky, though, that we have a set of low strength strats you don't ever want to go to, but they exist.
The mistakes are made strats.
Mm-hmm. So we didn't get a feather. It's a rare drop from any of those Komodo pups. There's an easy backup if we don't get it, though, so just waste a few seconds. We're going to have a little bit of tech smashing here and some story before we get anything else coming up. So if you've got some donations or just anything you want to plug, Andy, here's a good time.
Absolutely, yeah. We have 2 donations. We have $8 from Jason LaRose that says, "Have my $8. Can I get a check mark?" Absolutely, Jason. You will get officially your verified Boop Check Bork in the mail.
Ooh, check bork.
And Boop Check Bork. Heck yeah. And we also have $10 from Anonymous. This is finally able to donate this time. Shout outs to everybody running and behind the scenes. Thank you very much, Anonymous, for that donation.
One quick note is that the fast forward, it works on everything except for cutscenes. So I can hit the slowdown, I can hit fast forward, I can turn it on and off. Nothing changes. So there is a limit to how much we can save time with the fast forward. Obviously, we want it on as much as we can. It makes some navigation harder, it makes dodging enemies harder. Whenever we get a cutscene, we still get our little breaks, which means I can still have my breaks to refill water and such, which is nice.
Always good to keep hydrated.
We are rapidly coming up on Kid needing to be closed, if she hasn't been already. So this is your call, where if you want to get a last-minute donation on Kid, you should probably get her in now. We are going to wake up. We got to go back through the same dungeon that we went to, because now we're in another world. This is the whole gimmick of Chrono Cross. It's if you've ever read Terry Pratchett books, it's Trousers of Time. We have 2 worlds that are separated by an event that happens 2 different ways. And in this instance, it's Surge was attacked by a panther demon, yes, when he was a kid. And in our home world, he survived, and in this world, he did not. So that's the big difference. And a lot of this game revolves around going back and forth and seeing how they're changed and characters are different, and using that because some people exist in some worlds and some people don't. There's a lot of side quests involve hopping back and forth with certain characters so they can interact with people.
Their personalities also change from world to world, which is always quite interesting to see in like a casual playthrough. Marcy goes from being a sweetheart to a little devil.
Yeah. So as soon as we get into this fight coming up here, it's pretty close. That's when we'll need to cut off Kid.
Alrighty, I'm ready to go.
We're not naming her until after the fight, but that means,
Okay.
So we got Karsh, Salt, and Pepper here. And Salt and Pepper, they're the Shaker brothers, yes. They have many puns. They are the tutorials for this game. Whenever we get into a fight with them, they have a bunch of text dialogues where they explain combat mechanics to you. They don't always explain it the best, but they try. And one thing that happens is until they finish their tutorial text, everybody in the fight has 10,000 HP. So we start almost all these fights by just defending. So because any damage we do to them before they're done with their tutorials doesn't matter.
Man, that text goes by so quick.
It does, yeah.
So one thing with the battles is each enemy has a AP limit where it may seem casually that the turns are random, but what the game is doing is the game is counting how much AP you're spending, and once you've hit a certain amount, the game goes, okay, now it's this person's turn to attack. So Salt has 7 AP, Pepper has 8. So if raelcun would have done a 3-3 with Furt, and then say a 3 with Girl, Pepper would have get a turn. But you can do something called stamina pushing, where what raelcun can do is queue up a 3-3 with Furt, and then do a 1, pause for a second, and then mash 3-3 back to back. And it'll allow you to get extra damage in before the enemy gets their turn. The game does a lot of weird things where it's more like a range, so Pepper can roll it anywhere between an 8 and, say, 12.
I gotta interrupt here for a second. I need her name.
Okay, and that's name for the kid.
What is?
What was the character? Sorry, is it Kid? You say?
Kid, yes.
Okay, can confirm it is Andy.
Andy.
Yep. Came in with $50. Child was with $3, but Andy wins it.
All right. Well, welcome to the crew, Andy. We have to do the hardest thing
you.
in the speedrun now, which is saying no to you 3 times.
Oh.
Because Andy wants to join us, but if Andy joins the party, then we lose access to Lena, and Lena makes the early game way, way better.
I don't know how to feel about that.
So we're telling you to go away. Don't worry, you're still going to join the party. It's just by not letting you join here, Lena decides that she's going to come with us, and we also get Poshel, who's fantastic. We should also close Lena and Poshel like right now if they haven't been closed.
I'll take this opportunity because you've asked me no to join a team. That I'll just leave the voice school. Bye everyone.
No, I need
I'll be
names.
back. I'll be back later.
I need names. Lena's joining now.
Lena, yeah, that's fine. All right. So Lena is going to be Crindy. That's Crindy.
Crindy.
Yes, that is confirmed the name.
All right, here comes Poshel. Poshel is the best. She doesn't get the most use, but she's amazing, and I love her. I put her in the lead whenever I can.
It's very close, but the winner is Lappy. Lappy. $4 away was Bork, but Lappy wins it.
Oh, poor Bork.
Poor Bork.
Lena is a pretty decent mage. More importantly, she has the best weapon in any RPG. It's a ladle, and you haven't heard a sweeter sound than when a ladle crits.
Oh, it's great. So we did a few things there. We picked up Magma Bomb. We equipped it to Lena. She's a very good magic user. She's a blue magic user. That's important. We'll get into that later. And we also downgraded Poshel's armor. because we're going to destroy it. There's a thing in this game where you can disassemble armor, weapons, and accessories for their parts to use in crafting. And the humor that you get from disassembling armor is very important for many of the crafts that we're going to do. So by giving Pashal slightly worse armor, we're able to take the mail that she has equipped and then disassemble it later so we can make some good weapons. This is the one exception. We're going to try to attack before the text because it sets up some good element levels for Lena here. Or for Crindy, sorry. I have a hard time using the correct names.
Oh, it's going to be trippy throughout the run. The field grid, field effect, why is this so hard? In the top left corner is not for show. It will increase or decrease the elements of that color. So as you can see, raelcun's going for a full red field. So it works out to, I believe it's about 30% extra damage. Red and blue are opposites, black and white are opposite, and yellow and green are opposite.
Listen to the sounds that she makes. She's so great. I love her.
Absolutely adorable.
All right, give me strength, please. Okay, we got one strength up.
Nice. And then one other thing to note is your characters also start with random stats. So every character that we're going to recruit is getting star level ups in the background, which means they're also subjugated to the 0 to +2s. So there's often a fun game where someone like the next character that's going to grow, a lot of people will start trying to guess at what their stats are.
Listen to little hopping sounds. Right, this is where Kid showed up and she's angry because we're with another girl. I see what's going on, but then she joins us anyway because she wants to join us in infiltrating this manor.
I feel happy now that I'm part of the team.
Oh, no.
Yay!
No. It has 7 strength.
Womp,
Really
womp.
That means she didn't get any strength ups in the early part of the game, and she started at the lowest strength value. Hello? Open the chest behind the stairs? I can usually do this on fast forward, but apparently not today.
So, that Profiteer purse is something you'll always probably keep casually because it increases the amount of money you get from drops. But we're going to disassemble it, and this allows us to create 2 tier 3 weapons. So you got your steel, copper, iron. And this is a pretty big offensive boost very early in the game.
Yeah, normally you're only supposed to get access to the iron stuff after this upcoming dungeon. So having it now is a very big increase.
And here we get the hero no one asked for, but we all deserve.
Oh, no. I mashed too much and I opened the door.
Is it time for some quick donations, if that's possible?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So, 3 separate donations, but by the same donator. Tammy coming in with 3 $50 donations. In total of 150. No comments on the last 2, but the first donation that they sent was, no comment to read this time. Nothing here to read. No words that continue to be written. Totally not. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the donations anyway.
Thank you very much. That gets us to $9,198.
It's for a very good cause.
Indeed, indeed.
So we're going to put Pierre in front here because there's an upcoming fight that always one-shots your lead character. As part of the tutorial, they revive the character, but then you have to do a boss fight with that lead character being very low health. Pierre is kind of a joke character. He has a set of hero equipment where if you equip it all, it boosts his stats to be somewhat in line with everybody. It's still bad, though, because you have to dedicate a bunch of slots that are normally able to use for very powerful accessories to make him not terrible, so he still falls behind. So putting Pierre in front means that we're not really missing much if he's critical health during the boss fight and doesn't survive.
The options for the gate's pretty funny. because there's a fourth a joke option where Pierre's like, hold on, I got it. And he runs off screen and a bunch of kitty cats start to run forward. I think you end up getting 2 extra encounters for it. But it is pretty fun to see as a kind of like a gag.
And there's a couple different people you can use to get into the manor. Pierre's is the fastest because you just go in the front gate, 2 fights, that's it. The others have, there's a full dungeon and a smaller side area with the other 2. So this is just the fastest, and it also gives us more Salt and Pepper, including their new cohort, Ketchup, with an O.
Tomato!
And he's fantastic. We defend until they revive Pierre here, and then we can do the fight.
This
Ketchup
fight-
is now confirmed my favorite character.
This fight can go a little wonky. Pierre is a pretty evasive character, and there has been some times where Pierre has not died, and losing that 1 white on the field does hurt Fert's damage quite a bit in this fight. It's a pretty rare thing to see, but when you see him dodge to the side, it's like, no, not this time, buddy. Please, no.
How did you survive? There's an HP phase here, and Ketchup must have had like 2 HP over the phase. Just bad luck on the damage rolls, because damage is random. There are some rolls that happen in the background. Pierre is just hanging on with 1 HP, apparently. Oh, Pierre crit!
Oh!
Let's go!
He brought his
Very
dancing
nice.
shoes today.
His crit on a 3 attack did the same as Kid's normal 2 hit.
So threes
Consider
are
that
the
for a second.
threes are the only attack in this game that can crit. 1s and 2s will not crit at all. So it's kind of like going for broke with it, especially if you're trying to start off with it before you increase your accuracy rating.
Yeah, one of the things is that there's different accuracy for each attacks. 1 is the most accurate, 2 is less, 3 is very inaccurate. But every time you hit an attack, all your other attacks gain a little bit of accuracy. So the intended way you're supposed to handle it is like use smaller attacks to try and guarantee that your 3 will hit. And we're going to use some mechanics so we don't have to worry about that and we can just spam 3s. But we'll get to that one later. Whoop. Got stuck in the corner there. Got a little bit of mini game that's hard to do on fast forwards. I'll be toggling the fast forward instead.
Are these still set to a pattern, or is this completely...
It's the same pattern.
Oh, okay. I remember a couple of the runners saying they thought it was different.
It changes if you don't keep up with them. So if you're fast forwarding, it can be different.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
if you don't feed them as fast as you can, it does alter the pattern. But what I do is there's normally some waiting in between each time where they start getting hungry and calling for attention. I use just fast forward to skip past that. There's a very hard strat you can do here to skip this fight. It's frame perfect, and you have to be standing in a very particular position that's really hard to get. So I just usually don't even go for it. There's no, like... It's frame perfect mashing, so, like, even if you are using 30 Hz mashing with, like, a turbo controller, it is a 50-50 on if you're capable of getting the correct frame, because it is a 1-frame window.
I remember when Connor Cordell was going for the PS2 world record, he didn't even go for the guard skip because he was tired of the 50-50 coin toss.
Yeah. So my strength isn't great. So what you can do if you get the 4 guards here is... Kid always has that magma bomb, so you don't have to worry about finishing them off. You get the ball of health. She magma bombs them all, they fall over. It's risky because it gives them more turns, potentially. But these guards have a lot of AP, so you can get lucky and they won't get too many turns. Just depends. Alright, chat. There's going to be a combination coming up. It's going to be 2 numbers between 1 and 9. We want low numbers. Get your predictions in on what it's going to be. Any combination of 2 numbers between 1 and 9, and it can be the same number twice. So, see your guesses. 1-1 is the best, but extremely rare. 9-9 is the worst. I've never actually seen a 9-9, but I've seen a 9-8.
Yeah, with that statue, you can't even guess the code because the game has it set at 00 at the moment, and the game won't allow you to input zeros. So it's not until after we're finished this segment and we look at the wall where the code is finally put into memory. So you can't even be cheeky and try to skip this whole basement area.
Yeah, you can't guess it. We probably wouldn't want to try to guess it, though, because
No.
you get some very good items down here.
I was about to say the Dragoon's Honor, especially with the Revive, are two very important items for the run.
So we've got one person so far who believes they see a 1-2. There's also a 2-2. Some people being nice. Nobody is wishing, like, horrible things upon me. That's just nice.
Come on, chat. I know you got it in you. We want to see that statue go round.
Andy's saying he's had multiple 9-9s. Yup, they're possible. I've just never seen it. So there's the revive. It's very important. There's only a couple of them in the game. 6-8. Oof. Ooh.
Oh.
Oh,
right.
6-8.
All right, who's closest without going over? I guess it would be Savage with Rope. Congratulations. By Price is Right. By the Price is Right rules, you win.
This is a funny little thing in the game. There's a password they ask you for. You're supposed to think that you can, like, talk to people and find the password. The password is not saying anything. It's kind of a rude meta thing. It's funny, though.
So here, the turn elements are actually something very interesting, and it's going to be heavily used throughout the run. What it'll do is it will change a character's innate element to a different element. So the Neo Bulbs are a green element, and by changing Surge to a yellow, we'll get a damage increase on top of also putting a yellow on the field.
One quick thing to add to that. It's not technically changing it, it's adding an extra innate color to them. So when I put yellow on Surge here, he's white and yellow, which is important because in some instances, you can cast a white on a white character, and it gives them a very marginal damage increase. Not as much as, like, casting a turn white element on a character who's blue attacking a black character, because the elemental colors apply for physical attacks on their innate colors as well. But it does create a very marginal damage increase, and we will use that a few times later with the White Knight. But it's mostly because of the field effect. Mostly.
The bigger effects go with magic, if I'm remembering correctly. Because I remember Close to War used to have a double white strat on Surge with using Saints.
Mm-hmm. And whenever I'm doing summons, if I have to cast a turn element to set it up, I'll usually just cast it on the person who's casting the summon. Just because I'm using it anyway, so why not? This is a fun thing, this chest. If you interact with it 20 times, Karsh lets you take it. Every single guide I've seen for this game tells you can't get this now and you have to come back later. So just a fun little tidbit. And it's
Dragoon?
very important. Dragoon Gauntlet is basically +3 strength.
It's a very big increase, and it's a piece of equipment we're pretty much going to be using for the rest of the run. Anything that will increase attack power and or accuracy is worth its weight in gold.
Are we good for some donations real quickly?
Yep, go for it.
Perfect. So, we got a $50 donation by Tammy again. No message. Thank you very much indeed, Tammy. Appreciate that $50 donation. And then we got a $192 donation from Jason LaRose. Jason says, "This is my mod appreciation donation. Just letting you know that I see you and what you do, and I appreciate it. Thanks as always. Incentive goes to whichever mod that calls dibs first." So mods, get to it. Who wants to call dibs on this? And you can put it towards anything you want.
Okay, so this fight, we're going to do some stuff here. She has some HP triggers, but if you can damage her fast enough, she uses the HP triggers in order. So the strat here is try and damage her faster than she can use her triggers so that she doesn't use the more dangerous one before we can kill her. We missed, so I need to keep track of how many misses.
Yeah, Marcy may look cute, but she packs a pretty good punch.
Yeah, we'll be using her later. She's important.
She's one of my
Almost hit.
favorite characters just because of her personality.
So we're fine there. Another 3-3. Both hit. Good. Okay. So this is where she would normally Ice Blast, but since she hasn't Cat's Cradled yet, she does that first. So now she's critical HP. I did that wrong. It's fine. We'll just adjust. Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah, 249 HP is what we're looking at to trigger Cat's Cradle.
Ooh, Ice Blast. Okay, good. I wasn't mentioning it.
No. I'm gonna not try to commentate curse anything.
So the Ice Blast that she drops there is her common drop. It is a very powerful level 4 blue spell. We were talking about how Lina is good because she's blue. That's for multiple reasons. Ice Blast is one of them. A character casting their own color spell gets a little bit of a damage increase. And Ice Blast is a very powerful element that we can't buy until way later in the game. So getting that there is good. And her rare drop is Iron. So when you get the rare drop on Mercy, it's really bad. I hate that switch. It's so bad.
Witches and doors are pretty much impossible.
Yeah, doors are the true boss of this game.
Not kind soldier encounter so far.
I never get good soldier encounters here, so this is fine. It's only 3. They didn't interrupt too many times.
Yeah, they were...
Kid's strength is still really low, so she can't take them out here when she normally would be able to. But there's no help in that. I got some bad news for you, Andy, as well.
Oh no, what's that?
So you know how your name is on Kid?
Yep.
A lot of unfortunate things happened to Kid during this run, and we're always given a choice on if we're going to help her or not, and it's always faster to say no. So, we're about to have a story thing here. We broke in here to try and find the Frozen Flame. Frozen Flame wasn't here. They spread rumors about it existing to try and lure us here. And Kid's gonna get a pretty nasty poison after this fight. And they're trying to cure the poison is an entire optional dungeon. And it means we can't use one of the best characters in the game, because if you go for that route, you don't get Glenn. So there's absolutely no way we can do that. So you're gonna be down for the count for a little bit here, Andy.
That's fine, as long as it's, you know, if it's for the good of the speed run, I'll take the hit.
He is picking on Surge. I do not like that. Please stop.
There's more people in this fight than for...
Okay. Pick on PR all you want. That's fine. Alright, we're going to try for our first important steal here. If we don't get the magic ring, it's okay. It's not the end of the world, but we really want the magic ring, preferably.
So stealing is your accuracy helps bring into your steal chance. So if you want a better chance of stealing, just kind of do a little bit of chip damage with ones first to raise up the accuracy rate, and then go for pilfer instead of just going for it right off the bat. If Kid or Fargo later on get attacked in between it, their accuracy will reset. So you will have to kind of either A, get some stamina back on them, or just do a couple more chip damage.
$15 strength, pretty good. We had a bad start on strength, but we're at 15 now. That's all right. It's like, it's average. It's not great. It's not bad. And this is the part where during all this text sequence, Lynx is going to say the thing. He's going to say the Chrono Trigger, because this is a sequel to Chrono Trigger. Honestly, if you haven't played this game before, it's better to treat it as if it's not. It's just a game that's in the same universe. I really enjoy this game, but if you walk into it expecting a sequel to Chrono Trigger, you're going to be a little disappointed. But we got another huge text and lore dump here. So if you want donations, plug Trans Lifeline, any of the other wonderful things we got going on with the merch, here's a good opportunity for you, Andy.
Absolutely, because we just got given a whopping $256 donation by Scarabs, who says, nice speedruns. Thank you very much for that donation. That puts us down to $9,696. Thank you, all of you, for your generosity. Is absolutely amazing. And yes, just to let you know that we are raising money for Trans Lifeline. Since 2014, Trans Lifeline's hotline has evolved from an entirely volunteer-run operation into a comprehensive resource that employs trans-identified staff and volunteers in a variety of roles. Hotline operators have already logged thousands of hours and are committed to being a reliable resource for years to come with your support. For more information, please visit translifeline.org. And just to let you all know as well that if you do donate, you will be entered into the prize draws. So yeah, all weekend long, your donations of at least $5 to Trans Lifeline gets you entered to win prizes offered by members of the Fastest Furs community. Use the command !donate in chat to make a donation, and the command !prizes to see a list of all the prizes available during the marathon.
So yeah, we got some more story. We're gonna get some more story. There's a sage in this town. He'll be like, "Oh, you're from another world." She'll like, she's a woman, or she would probably be stroking her beard while she says it. Gives a little bit of like hinting about overall story things, and this is where we get the big opportunity. Whether we're gonna do the extra dungeon, trying to find the cure for the poison that Kid is poisoned with. If we don't do it, we get Glenn, and she gets cured off screen, and she reappears later. So Glenn is the better choice here, and it skips an entire dungeon. It's not a short dungeon. Unfortunately, it means we have no opportunity to see Rasley, who is one of my favorite characters in this game. She's fantastic. But for the speedrun, we have to say no. Thankfully, it's the first choice here, so I can just mash. I don't have to pay attention.
In the PS2 version, you can see a faint outline of Harl standing next to Kid. In this version, they kind of took it out.
And Pashal is back! Look at her. She's so cute. What would have been him, Pashal, again? Leppy?
Lappy.
Lappy? Look at Lappy. She's so cute. Yeah, so the whole poison thing, the way it gets solved like off screen if you don't deal with it, is that when Norris and company appear, it turns out that they have a cure. They arrive in Guldov here. They see that Kid is suffering from poison. And Norris is a pretty good guy, even though he's with the big army that's trying to take over the islands. And he provides a cure for her so that she can recover. And that just happens off screen. There's like maybe 2 text boxes that refer to it. And you have to really look to find them. That's kind of the way with a lot of stuff in this game, where something happens, and there's one very specific NPC that tells you what exactly happened, and they're really easy to miss. So if you ever played this game and you were confused about the story, it's very common. You really have to try hard to talk to every NPC to make sense of things sometimes in this game. In this section, we're going to be doing a lot of shopping. We're going to be picking up a lot of important elements that we're going to be using throughout the entire game. We're going to recruit Glenn. We're going to get Lena back, and then we're going to see what her magic stat is, because this entire time she's been getting star level ups, and her magic is very important. This is the section of the game coming up where Lena is the MVP. Her magic stat carries us through the entire dungeon that's coming up. Oops.
So grabbing tablets to heal after battle, medicine in case we get frozen, ointments in case we have burns. So at the end of the battle, the game gives you a couple of options. You can use consumables like tablets and capsules. If you have any cures or heals on your element grid and you finish the battle with them being active on that level, you can use that to heal yourself. So it is kind of nice at the end of a lot of battles, you can just mash A and end up getting yourself a free heal out of it. In here, we're disassembling a couple of items. We're making a brand new ladle for Lena. We're making a steel sword coming up for Glenn. Even though Lena's not much of a physical attacker, it does give her a little bit of extra accuracy as well, which is very helpful for getting the element grid up. And there's a couple of bosses coming up in the next dungeon where you really don't want Lena missing more than once or twice.
It also makes her attack sound 5 times better.
Yes.
'Cause you know how she's attacking with ladle? Now she's a metal ladle, and it gives a nice clang when she hits enemies with it. Oh, come on, please. Talking to NPCs on fast forward is the worst sometimes. I had to give up and turn it off.
I'm going to talk everywhere but in front of you.
Are we good for a couple more donations just real fast?
Yeah, go for it.
Great. So, I can't believe this. Tammy with 100... Oh.
When's my last autosave? I think we're fine. Hang on. I'll make a save here.
That's fine. Take your time.
If I make a save, it'll autosave. Hang on. We have time in the estimate. I'm pretty sure it autosaved at least at Guldove. It might have done afterwards. Sorry, that was just pure muscle memory. But yeah, you extra have time now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so Tammy coming in with a $100 donation saying, all must be named Andy. I'm worried about this now. Are we going to have Andy 2.0? Who the heck knows? We'll be finding out in just a little bit. And then Sunil, hopefully I got your name right, 888 with $4 saying number go up. Which means we are now currently at $9,800. We are $200 away from 10K. Can we get that 10K hype? Question mark.
So the thing that happened there, I was afraid I was going to do this. Because muscle memory is very hard. I did not rename Glenn, and we accepted donations to rename Glenn. So, one of the nice things about this version of the game is it autosaves at major story points and also whenever you touch a save point. So I was able to just close out of the game, reload it. We lost a couple minutes, but for reference, my estimate here is 4:30. Accounting for the fact that I'm trying to be entertaining and we're going to make mistakes, we're doing a little bit of renaming. The current PB world record that I've pushed for while practicing here is 350. So we're fine losing a couple minutes to make sure that people who paid money to name Glenn can actually have that happen. I'm sorry. But yeah, I just needed to redo this short section here. So if you have anything else you want to plug, go for it. Otherwise, we can fill with nonsense.
Yeah, did you know, everyone that is watching right now, that Fastest FursFall Fest 2022 is our 8th charity marathon as a speedrunning group? Time really does fast, just like our runners. If you want to catch up on our past events, the Team Fastest First YouTube page contains a playlist from each marathon and videos from this marathon. Videos from this marathon will be added shortly after the event has concluded. So be sure to get subscribed by using command !YouTube in the chat and following the link. And be sure to like and comment and dab after you sub as well.
So there's a question in chat. Harley has a name, but she's not named yet. She doesn't join the party for like another hour or so we don't have an opportunity to name her until then.
You generally get to name people as they're getting recruited into the party. Harl right now is just kind of like some mysterious figure that always comes around to kind of point you towards a direction.
All right, we got the one missed name out of the way. Hopefully we'll remember now. But yeah, we should close Glenn if we haven't already.
Yeah, Glenn is closed. Would you like the name now? Or
Is it gonna be Andy?
Ding, 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 ding. You got it in one.
All right, we need more Andys.
No.
We need an army. We need an army of Andys going into the final boss.
I would really like them to have different names.
I would really like them to have the same name because I don't have to deal with it.
Can we get the Andy Brigade to help save the day?
All right, we need Team Order or Team Chaos. Chat, you are deciding.
So for reference, there are 40 plus characters in this game. We're only recruiting a small subsection of them. But there are a few points where I need to open a menu that has all of them in it because it's just the fastest way to deal with... I just bought Ice Lances. I think I have enough money for that. Yeah, we should have enough money for that. We just have extra Ice Lances now because I made a noops. But there are a few points where I need to open a menu that has all the names of the characters in it that you've recruited so far to do some equipment easier. And if multiple people are named Andy, that's going to be really annoying.
I remember RPG Limit Break with, I think it was 2018 with Evil Ash and Spike Vegeta. The big gimmick on that one was naming everyone Jeff. So they did a couple of practice runs with everyone named Jeff so they could find out where everyone was in the list.
Yeah. I have a general idea of where people are.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing is we're not prepared for this.
Oh, no. Well, as like raelcun saying, like you can generally get prepared for it, but unless you're like actually counting down like your inputs in the slots, it's very hard to accurately just select someone in a sea of the same name.
Beat Fizzle does make a good point. Could be like Andy Jr., Andy the Third, Andy the Fourth.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Yep, we could
They
do
would
that.
have
We could do
different
that.
names.
Yep.
Right, here comes
Or-
Glenn.
Andy.
Not gonna skip past Glenn's name this time. It's Andy, right? Same way as before?
It's same way as before. It's Andy.
That's fine, because Glenn and Kid are never in the party at the same time. Okay, Andy.
Raelcun looks like he could use a little more practice
16.
inputting that name. He kind of fumbled a little bit there in the middle. If we want to give him a couple more chances.
No.
Are we changing this now to Andy %?
No.
Is this
I
what's
don't
happening
like
now?
this.
Now you got to try and get the world record of
12
putting
magic.
Andy in there.
Okay. It's not the best. It's not terrible. 12 magic. We can work with that.
Here in the Marble Shop, we're just getting a bunch of turn elements. We're getting Strengthen, Eagle Eye, Weak Minded, and Genius. Strengthen will give our characters extra strength for a set amount of turns. No, it's for the battle. Eagle Eye will increase accuracy to 99%, which means you're going to see way too many 1% misses in the game. Way more than it should exist, but Chrono Cross. Weak-Minded will reduce the enemy's magic defense, and Genius will increase a character's magic stat.
I don't know why that wasn't removed.
Did you forget to do the...
No, I removed the iron dagger because I sold it. I remember doing it, so I don't know.
I thought I seen it. So we're just getting all the important elements getting set up, mostly on level 1, just for nice, quick, easy use. Getting the Ice Blast set up on level 4, just for the big damage. Now we're heading to the SS Invincible, which is where we're going to spend the next 8 minutes in fast forward land. I don't know how long these segments are with this kind of speed.
Getting to the key is usually about 5 minutes from
Oh,
the
dang.
end of Poly. It's pretty fast. There's 3 required fights, required in air quotes, on this ship that you can just run away from, and then it just advances. This is the first one. My favorite part is that if you do it here, Fargo acknowledges it. He's supposed to be testing like how strong you are, and you run away from this fight, and instead of Starking, he was like, "Oh, too easy for you, huh?" And then he just summons the next fight. It's a really nice touch.
Poly
And-
general General
Not
fight.
Alina?
Andy's gonna miss. So Polly is a red element, which means Polly will deal more or extra damage to Crindy. Oh, listen to that beautiful ladle.
Freeze! Freeze! Oh. Stop missing! Andy, you're letting me down.
I'm trying my best. I'm sorry.
Ooh.
Okay,
That's-
it's fine. That's it's just refreshing the stamina on Furt a little faster. Because when you revive, you get 7 stamina. Clearly planned. All right, we're gonna X strike here. Oh no, he's just gonna
Nope.
die. Okay.
See,
Wait.
I'm helping.
I really didn't want to take another flap, so I was just gonna X strike. But apparently he had less than 10 HP, so fine.
We generally want people alive at the end of the battle, mainly because, especially for these fights, because they are star battles, because if they're dead, they don't get the chance for a stat increase. Missing out on one isn't the worst thing, but it could also lead to a very downward spiral if it happens quite a few times. Which you do run into a small chance with only having one revive, and if your characters are also trying to swing their weapons with Braille.
Yeah, so one of the first things that Fargo does here is he strengthens, which puts another red on the field, and Fargo's blue. So he made the field mostly red already, and then it's supposed to be a 2-2-2, and then we use the combo tech from Glenn and Surge, which is X Strike, call back to Chrono Trigger, which is also red. So you have a full red field with Surge strengthened with X Strike, and it does a bunch of damage, and he can't stand up to that. The fact that Glenn and Surge's dual tech, there's only a few dual and triple techs in this game. The fact that theirs is red is very, very important later in the game. Oh no, chat is saying Andy percent Furt forward percent.
I can't believe this is happening.
I love it.
I don't know how to feel. I love it.
This is my fault for bringing Dine. I know that Dine is an agent of chaos.
Nah, I'm honestly loving this. This has been an amazing run so far.
So here's the second one we can just run away from. The encounter just vanishes. In this section, there is a door that's locked. One of the crew members has a key. You're supposed to help all of them. Only 3 of them can have the key. Technically, the 4. If you leave without clearing his text box properly, it turns out that he has the key. Oh, that was the wrong button. I was trying to walk.
Oh.
And
That was a
he'll
bold
only-
move, Cotton.
Yeah, he'll only give you the key when he's on the 4th one. After you deal with the other 3, he's like, "Oh, sorry, I forgot. I've got it here the entire time. I'm gonna reset this guy. He's annoying." But that only happens if you do not clear his text box properly. So you shouldn't ever get a 4 key. This door is the worst because he walks at you when you're trying to open it. So I slow down and I walk to get that door. Because if you don't open it fast enough, then you just get an extra battle and it sucks. I'm gonna try for the ghost dance. I'm bad at it.
Oh.
Oh!
Aww.
So
At the end.
close. So as raelcun was showing there, you can kind of like dance around in that very, very small area and avoid the encounter and then run up and skip it. Because it is such a small area, any little wiggling back and forth, or especially if you're getting near the doorway and you go a little bit too far to the south, you can kind of clip into it. One of those nice to get, but if you're looking to pick up the run, it's nothing to really worry about.
It's also way safer if you do get the fight just to kill them, because the wraiths are 750. I usually do this the other way, but I guess we're going for second key first. It's fine. They're 750 gold each, so it's way safer on the money routing to kill them if you get it anyway. So instead of trying it again. Whoops. That was a nice crit. Let's just see if we can high roll. High roll? No.
Is it-
Okay.
Is it okay to just announce a quick donation?
Go for it.
Because we just reached $10,000.
Yeah!
We have
Oh,
made
nice.
it to 10K. Tammy with the $200 donation said, so tired, don't want to sleep to 10K. Oh wait, I have a solution. Well, Tammy, you can go to sleep now. Thank you for that $200 donation. Everyone, let's get a 10K hype in the chat. Let's go.
Furt's a
Much
big
love.
fan. Got 2 quits in quick succession that both saved a bunch of time, so... Furt's saying
you.
thank you in his own way.
Thank you, everyone, for donating for this amazing event.
You all are absolutely wonderful, and we appreciate each and every one of you.
Third key! Oh,
Oh,
come on!
third key and a wraith.
Oh, I took just a few frames too long to open the vent.
So for anyone looking to pick up the run, we just showed you where all 3 key locations are.
So that's the first 2. We have to go to the third one. Wasn't on the first 2, so it's guaranteed on the third one. This one's weird. That's not the right door. It's the next one over.
Doors
Door
are
we use later.
impossible.
You have to talk to this guy, otherwise this fight doesn't become active. It's weird. Third key, blah. Why did I hit right? Just dash and slash. Two skeleton fight is nice. It's one of the fastest fights if you've got decent strength, just because you can do that. You're beholden some luck, because those 3s could miss, but... Yeah, there we go. We've got the key.
Always 3-3. Live with the 3-3.
I do a lot of percentage play 3-3s, where it's like, I just go for it. A lot. It's sort of a personal choice. Some runners prefer to play it safe and be consistent. There's a lot of situations where I'll send it, because like going for it at the start of the fight isn't the biggest deal. So I'll try it, and if I get good luck, then I save a little bit of time. If I don't get good luck, then I just pivot to save strats afterwards. So it's sort of like a mixture of the two. I go for what I call percentage plays, where like most of the time you'll wind up saving a little extra time like that. Sometimes you get punished.
Raelcun, just to give you the heads up that this game it's been changed. It is now Chrono Cross Radical Andy edition. Andy percent fast forward.
Oh no!
It is confirmed on the layout.
So this is the required JRPG boss that's undead, and you can do damage to it by healing it. It exists in every game. This is the one here. This is also a good example of we equip our elements in a particular way in the grid, so that Strengthen and Eagle Eye are always on the default position, and they default to being used on your party leader. So once I get one element level, I can just mash X, and that's Strengthen on Furt, and then mash X, Eagle Eye on Furt. We haven't talked about Eagle Eye. This is the first time we're using it. You want to explain Eagle Eye real quick, Jine?
It will boost it. Caps out your accuracy. You'll never have 100%, but it will put it at 99, which you'll still get the 1% miss. But you can just sit there and mash out 3 3s. If you're gonna miss, you just shake your fist at the RNG. Buff spells last, I believe it's around like 30 stamina before they wear off. So you're on a... It's hard to say you're even on a little bit of a timer.
AP, not stamina.
Oh, sorry, AP. I always get that mixed up.
It's important, though, because, like,
Yes.
elements use 7 stamina, but only 1 AP, and that's very important later on in the game.
Yeah, the good old Strengthen, Eagle Eye. Potential turn color is going to be a very rinse and repeat strat at the start, just because it is so effective.
So now we're going to pick up 2 of the best elements in the game. They're not the best because Vigor exists. Magnify, Diminish. Magnify increases all element damage by 50%. Diminish reduces it by 50%. So there are some fights where both happen, and you would expect that to mean 75%, but it's not coded correctly, and whichever one is cast first overrides the other one. So if a boss is going to use a Magnify and has dangerous spells and you diminish first, their Magnify does nothing. It's very, very important to get that off at a few points. All these Ice Lances are going to throw me off. I normally don't have Ice Lances here.
So in this area, Fert's still going to be a damage dealer, but he kind of gets demoted a little bit to secondary damage dealer. Andy is going to be the main one leading the charge coming up. So that's why Fert's getting the revive. He's getting potentially a cure if you want to be a little safe. Lena, I've already forgotten her name, will get a turn yellow on the 5th grid, just so, as raelcun was mentioning earlier, even though we're not planning to spend 5 element grid for it, but at least we can build up to 5, so we have that 1 extra to play with in the fights coming up. Glenn will get the Dragoon's Gauntlets to boost his strength. Lena will get the Magic Ring and Dragoon Honor to boost magic.
Real quick, get your W's ready, chat. You'll know when to post them in chat. This is our last tutorial with them. We'll see them one more time, but there won't be a tutorial anymore. Unfortunately, in this version, it changed from W's to WH's, but still put your W's in chat.
What?
Crit! Oh, he can crit there, and it's really funny when he does. Strengthen Glenn. We cast the Strengthen first, then the Eagle Eye, because it puts a green on the field last, and Glenn is green, and these enemies are yellow. So doing it in that order means he just does a little bit more damage. It's nice. Nice crit. Ooh.
Get him, Fert.
Dragoon's Gauntlet.
Nice.
Okay. Technically a rare drop, dangerous rare drop, because I would honestly rather have the Iron Mail. It's way safer to have the defensive upgrade here. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Nobody panic. Everyone stay calm.
Still gonna give the Iron Vest to Lena there, I think. Put the Copper Mail back on Surge instead.
This is one of my favorite enemies.
Real quick, we're gonna manipulate this fight a little bit. We're gonna try and let him do his most dangerous attack before we magnify and use some magic damage. It's very important whenever we're doing magic damage and magnifying that we let them use their dangerous attacks first. We got attacked, so... But yeah, you can do some donations here.
Awesome, thank you very much. We have a $5 donation from Anonymous who says, "Hi, and good luck, Ray. Hopefully the run goes well, and sending you all the hugs and energy."
Yeah, hugs. Fert, genius. Yeah, and then he Fire Breaths, not on Lena, very good. You see the problem here, Dine?
Yeah.
I don't remember if he lets you menu here. I don't think he does.
I think this is one the fight you're stuck going back into over and
Yeah.
over again.
Yup. Oh, it's bad. It's fine. We'll be fine. I ran away before I remembered he doesn't let you menu. I need to run away again to heal. Because Glenn's not full health. Most fights, when you run away, they'll let you, like, menu and come back. This is, like, one of 2 required fights where that doesn't happen, and it's very annoying. Because if you get to menu, you can get kind of in bad situations, so... It was a bad stamina roll, so hopefully we can get a better one here anyway, which will be better for not having Magnify equipped, because I made an oopsie.
Yeah, as raelcun was saying, you don't want to do the Magnify and then see the Fiery Breath, because that'll also get the the damage increase from it, and with Crindy being a blue element, she's going to be in a world of hurt.
We do that turn blue to make Glenn do a little bit more damage. Sorry, Andy do a little bit more damage, and it weakens this Fire Breath, but... Oh, it's a bad start. Oh, no.
Bert.
Bert's got it. Okay, it's fine. This is gonna be rough. We're gonna have to kind of wing this.
Crindy does not exist in this fight.
Yeah, if she gets Fire Breath, it's real bad.
Alright, so there he is, kind of in his weakened state. Just trying to get as many blues on the field as we can right now.
Okay.
Nice.
It's
Good
scary.
recovery.
Very nice there. Well done.
Alright, we're gonna fix that before I forget. How did I miss that? Oh, it's right there. That Magnify is
You
very
might
important.
have got tripped up with the Ice Lance during the
Maybe.
menu and kind of like maybe skipped a step.
I definitely skipped a step because I didn't have the Panacea equipped either. This is why my estimate has a lot of room. Marathon runs tend to be mean, both in terms of, like, you just forget stuff, but also, we're going to start with Glenn. Our strength isn't high enough to get away with not attacking her. But also, like, I just have a habit of my marathon runs. Really bad things happen in terms of just bad misses. I did this run on Tina's RPG show, I guess. That's the full name of the show. I'm not just forgetting the name. And every single dangerous fight went off the scripts that we have because of a really badly timed miss. So that's why we give safe estimates for this game.
Geronimo!
It melts your soul. That doesn't sound healthy.
But we can all agree that your avatar is super cute.
Oh, yes.
I messed up the script here just because I wasn't paying enough attention, but this is not a super dangerous fight. It's fine. Would you stop that?
Nice
Fert?
misses.
Fert, please. Fert!
He wants to stay in this fight just a little
Fine,
bit
get ice
longer.
blasted. Unfortunately, Karsh is green, so Glenn doesn't do a whole lot of damage to him. Oh, we got 22 strength on Glenn. That's pretty good. Right, so the first fight here in this dungeon coming up is just a random mounted dragoon. And this is kind of a clever thing they do. There's an optional side area you can go to before you come to Mount Pyre, where you can meet the blue dragon. He gives you an icy breath. You can freeze the lava. If you don't do that, you don't get access to a level 5 summon called the Frog Prince, which is really, really powerful. And if you don't do the side quest to save Kid, you'll be 1 level behind. So if you haven't done either of those, this will give you a star level if you haven't done the Hydra Marsh. And if you haven't done the side quest to get the Frog Prince, this gives you the Frog Prince. And Frog Prince is super, super good this early in the game because it's a summon. You want to explain how summons work, Dine?
Okay. So what summons do is you need a full field of that color. I just love hearing raelcun's voice. So for Frog Prince, you need a full field of blue, and then only a innate blue caster can use it. So a lot of the fights will go with using Aqua Balls and Ice Blast to get the blue field. And then once you get that set up, use the level 5 or level 6 depending on like how Lena's magic goes. Sometimes you'll boost it up an extra element grid for the little bit of extra damage if she's lower on magic. And summons just have a very large magic spell power. So, and on top of also, I believe they leverage the full blue field as well, even though it is part of their requirements. So you got a very strong base spell, and then just a bunch of added effects to it as well.
That's why Lena is important, because only blue innate characters can cast Frog Prince, like Dine said. And there's a couple blue characters who can get this early. Pierre's blue, but his magic stat is terrible. Oh no. I risked it, and then I didn't turn around fast enough. There is a Japanese route that uses Pierre through Fort Dragonia. They don't pick up Kid, or they recruit Kid at the start, they skip Lena, they use Pierre for Ice Blasts and Frog Prince. And they make it work. It's one of those strats where, like, if you get good luck on stats, it's good. If you don't, it doesn't pay off. But if you're willing to lose runs to resets, maybe you could do it.
Is that part of their Be Nice to like Kid marathon?
No, they do it on multiple routes now. It's extremely risky. The task does it. Not many runners actually do it in RTA. It's just one of those, technically it's faster if you get really lucky strats,
Yeah.
So if you're willing to throw a bunch of runs down the drain to RNG, it's something you can do.
So
he turned around!
No.
Oh my word.
So these bats can reverse their direction. It's a little bit random. Most of the time it's based on you being too close to them. But sometimes they just do it. So the bat attacked me and was going the other direction.
Oh!
This
double juke!
This bat is debating you.
This bat is playing you like a fiddle.
It just turned around twice when it was on the opposite side of the circle from me. That is so rare. Fine, just go. You win.
So Dine, I've got some news for you.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
The chat has officially changed your name.
Okay.
Or in the overlay, your name has changed. You are now Andine.
I love it.
I'm just not trusting the bats anymore.
I wouldn't trust anything with wings after that.
No, my birds are jerks. RPG
Yes.
Bird if you got it in chat. There's more bats in this section too, unfortunately.
This puzzle always kind of tripped me up a little bit casually, because you never would think like the treasure chest would move the platform.
It's also
So
you have to interact with a chest that's open, which you'd never do in any other instance. So.
Yeah, It throws you off pretty good. Coming up is the giant gloop is one of the scarier bosses if everything starts to fall off script, just because we do rely on the Frog Prince summon.
There's an easy backup. If things don't go well, this boss will actually cast Blue Field for you. So with the modern strats, all you have to do is just make sure that you have a Panacea equipped. So if it goes badly, you can just cure off the freeze if it hits Lina, defend until he Blue Fields, and then just Frog Prince. You got Surge that time, though.
Ooh.
It's fine.
Are we good for a quick donation?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, we have a $10 donation from Juniper, who says, shout outs to all my fellow non-binary furs out there.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the $10 donation. Greatly appreciated.
Non-binary gang, rise up. Why are you not dead? Hello? Aqua Beam?
Something?
It had like no health.
One more little tap. That's all it needed.
$24 strength, nice. What is her magic? I should look, because I think it's not great. 15? Ooh. It's like exactly average. Sorry, if you had more, I got distracted by that fight being weird.
No, that's totally fine. I'm just checking right now. No donations at this time.
Let's talk about Tarsoid. Tarsoid's mean.
He's a magnificent specimen.
This is probably one of the hardest fights for casual players at this point. We're going to abuse the stamina and AP system quite strong. I'm just going for it. Yeah.
No.
Very nice.
We're going to very carefully manipulate our stamina and the boss's AP. But if we get unlucky, he can still take out Lina. Oh, I didn't get the second one. Unfortunate. Don't get a 0 AP roll. Okay, so bosses, we haven't talked about this. Bosses and enemies, they roll any value of their AP within their maximum when you start the fight. Bosses cannot get a 0 AP roll, which means they go at the start of the fight. Random enemies can. And those guys almost always start off with a really strong yellow element that can one-shot Glenn, so you don't want to see that. I'm going to focus here on this.
Torsoid, basically, we're going to be turning him red to get the extra damage from Frog Prince, pardon me. Since we are focusing more on a magic base setup instead of a physical base, it'll be like turn color, genius, magnify. Genius will increase Lina's magic power. Magnify, as raelcun said, will increase magic damage by 50%. And it's a lot of just throwing multipliers in, just to make the big numbers bigger.
Importantly, we defend before backdrop because it's really powerful. So defend reduces the damage on backdrop, and also make sure that it's not multiplied by the magnify, which would be really bad. We're going to turn blue, and then we're going to Aqua Beam with Andy because our magic isn't great. Just a little bit extra damage makes it safer. And that should be enough to kill it.
I love the frog noises on fast forward.
So good. What? That didn't kill? Really? You were that much short? That was a low roll.
Frog Prince is the kind of frog that would like almost open the peanut butter jar, but can't fully get it open. He's getting you close to the promised land.
We are getting closer to when Harley and Sprig names are going to be cut off. So if you want to try and influence those, you are running out of time.
Do you want to have
Probably
a guess
like
what
10,
those
15
names
minutes.
are? Do you want to have a guess what those names are?
Tell me their variations at least.
No.
Yes. Yes.
This is the beauty.
Well, you have
of-
time to fix it, chat, please.
You know when you say fix it, they'd be like, what? More for the specific name? Yes. that might be their definition of unquote fixing it.
Alright, so this boss coming up in my splits, I have it named Creepypasta, because this is weird, and it's a little creepy.
Nightmare fuel.
It's got this weird mode change mechanic where it's either strong defense against physical or magic. If we get a good start, our plan is to kill it before it uses a mode change. But now that it said that, that's not going to happen. I probably shouldn't have said that. Oh, hey! Oh, the crit.
Oh,
nice.
I love the crit.
Oh, that was nice.
I need more of that.
It doesn't do a lot of damage, but the sound is
No.
just good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use 2 aqua beams here just because our magic stat is not good.
Those 2 damage might actually be helpful with the way some of these fights have been going.
It might be, yes.
You know what?
It's full HP. That has 383 and that did 306. That crit might have mattered.
Was it the crit? Was it the aqua beam? No one will ever know unless someone damage counts. But more importantly, we got a ladle crit.
I think it was the crit, honestly.
Oh yeah.
Because it normally would have been 10 damage, and it was 15 instead with the crit.
I think Carbon has his split where it's like, Grandma, stop kissing me. Son of a Gun will do a move called Kissy Wissy.
That is tremendous.
And
There's a
it'll-
50-50 here on dodging this. I'm guessing inside. I guess wrong.
No.
Okay.
So you'll do a move where it's just him blowing kisses as he moves closer to you.
I am all for that.
Carbon says it was exact damage 100%. Okay, thanks, Carbon.
Everything was calculated.
Oh my god, the crit mattered. Our magic is so bad. It's not even bad. It's like just the minimum acceptable.
This monster was number 2 on the creepy fuel.
Oh, wait for the phase transition.
This is the boss that has 2 phases. First phase has about 420 hit points. The second phase is where things really start to get a little weird. So thankfully during the phase change, all your buffs and all field effects stay active.
It's not creepy at all. I don't know what you're
Nope.
talking about.
I like how he's wearing the body as pants.
Why do you gotta say it like that?
I don't have because I don't have a filter.
One of the
So
nice things about phasing that with Ice Blast is that blue stays on the field. So we only have to actually cast 2 blue elements here to get a full blue field for the summon.
Are we good for a quick donation?
Yes.
Okay, we're now at $10,047 and a $32 donation from Jason LaRose, who says, Andy, greetings from Andy, Andy's choice. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate that.
So what'd you put it towards?
I'm gonna put it towards the Skyrim bonus game.
Ooh.
That doesn't sound very much like Andy.
All right,
I
our
mean-
strength is 28. Jeez. Andy, calm down.
No, Andy, keep going.
I can't help it.
28 strength? Andy, hello?
I mean, you know.
You-
So,
you-
when you gotta get the gains, you gotta get the gains, you feel me?
If he
Oh, that
keeps
was a
going.
tough dodge.
Oh!
Oh!
Did you open a treasure chest
Yes,
at the
I
bottom
did
of
on
the
accident.
stairs?
Yes, I did. I opened the treasure chest on accident.
Amazing.
Andy might be looking to main the next 2 fights.
So the notes we have on this next fight are broken up to different amounts of strength on Andy. The ones we have are 20, 24, and 26. Andy has 28.
It might not sound a lot, but 2 strength is quite a bit of difference.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
But by the end of the game, our strats are looking at between like 40 and 50. So 2 strength is a lot.
Yeah, large shout outs to Evil Ash, who was a big router back in 2016, 2018. Big runner, made a lot of different strats, helped refine a lot of the older stuff that like raelcun and Runner Watcher and J. Laura did.
Yeah, I kind of got this run started. It's one of these games that a lot of people were like, I would love to do a speed run, but nobody had done it in English. And there's like no solid route. So I put some time into watching the Japanese runs, taking a lot of notes. There was an English segmented run. I just spent a couple of months on it. It was like a fun puzzle project, just working on getting a starting route. I also got the Dragoon Gauntlet, nice. I did it for a marathon run, and it was kind of a hot disaster. And then I got distracted by other projects. And then in the meantime, like Ash and a few other people that Dine mentioned just picked it up and just really pushed it way further. And I came back to it, and there's a huge community. I'm like, when did this happen? So huge shout outs to everybody who put a bunch of time into making this route much better than I left it.
Are we good for another quick donation?
Yeah, go for it.
Fantastic. Lumi102 donates $10 and says, Fargo has got to go. Andy.
Okay, so Fargo, there's plenty of time before we got Fargo. Harley and Sprig coming up pretty soon. So as much as I don't agree with the memes, Harley and Sprig are the pressing ones that are happening very shortly. Which, this is also really bad luck. He's only picking on Glenn, who is our main source of damage right now. If Glenn dies, the Eagle Eye and Strengthen stay active, but he will lose the turn white, which is making him do extra damage. And we also want Surge to be low health here, because what comes afterwards, and he didn't attack Surge once.
I
Gosh
heard
dang
you
it.
wanted full. I heard you wanted full HP.
25 strength on Surge is still pretty good. Alright, we got a bunch of cutscenes here in text, so if you got things to plug, this is your big opportunity.
Absolutely. So
And
again,
we
Lumi...
should- After,
sorry.
I think, the 3rd or 4th cutscene here, we should cut off Harley and Sprig names.
Okay, sounds good. So again, Lumi, thank you very much for that $10 donation. Greatly appreciated. Just to let you know that we have got some sponsors. Fastest FursFall Fest 2022 is sponsored by Cowcat Games. Check out their most recent release, Bork the Investigator, now on Steam and GOG. Bork delivers a narrative-rich, fully voice-acted experience of a futuristic cyberpunk world where animals have replaced humans. The story is filled with characters reminiscent of classic 80s/90s cartoons and combines a classic adventure with beat-em-up and RPG elements. Download the prologue now to play the first of 6 chapters for free on Steam, and donate at least $5 for a chance to win a copy of the full game on Steam for yourself. You can find them on Twitter at CowcatGames. And yes, if you would like to donate in order to get your chance to win Bork the Investigator, just type !donate in chat.
Alright, so I need to interject real quick. So this fastest furs. A bunch of the runners here are furries, furry community. We just switched bodies. So my split here is called Welcome to the Furry Fandom. We're now Lynx. We're a cat person. If you were not a furry, you are now. You're very much welcome. All right, keep going.
Absolutely. And just to let you know, for another sponsor, FFFF Fest is once again proud to partner with Walking Dog Records to bring you the best in both music and gaming as we raise money for Trans Lifeline. We hope you enjoy all the fantastic Walking Dog lo-fi, chill hop, and future bass tunes during our intermission breaks this weekend. Marathon viewers can donate at least $10 for a chance to win a copy of their full music collection, now totaling over $300 songs, I should say. Through Bandcamp. Their music is 100% DMCA free for use on your own streams. To learn more, check out @WalkingDogMusic, all one word, on Twitter.
So that fight's interesting. You get turned into Lynx and you're a little confused. It's a nice thing. They make you move before the fight starts. So you try to move and you see the wrong character move, then you get into a fight and you're controlling Lynx and you're fighting the party. You can win the fight. It's very difficult. Most people are only going to do it in New Game Plus. But the story advances when you lose as well. So we don't defend. We use all our stamina, so they try to kill us as quick as possible. That's why we want Lynx to attack us in the previous fight, because your health carries over. So just a little bit of bad luck that we had full health. Took more attacks to take us out. If you have more to go, keep on going.
I'm just going to check to see if we have any donations. Not at this moment in time. But just to let you all know that Team Fastest Furs, we just want you to know that all revenue from Twitch subscriptions and cheered bits received during this weekend's event will be donated to Trans Lifeline as well. So please consider subscribing now to get our Fastest Furs emotes featuring the always adorable and cute PB the Cheetah. Don't forget to check and see if you have a free Prime Gaming sub available too. Get those
Prime
emotes. Prime Gaming, yeah.
Prime Gaming?
Did you know if you link your Amazon Prime account to Twitch, you get a Prime Gaming sub, and every month you can use it for free. You're giving away free money, so you can give free money to the charity, to Trans Lifeline. Absolutely amazing.
If you're not subbed, click the subscribe button and see if your Prime Gaming sub is available. There's a good chance it might be. Prime Gaming, I like that.
Nice one.
All right, need to know Sprig's name here very soon. So if you've got it, let me know. I think I might know what it already is, but I'm asking anyway.
Well, you'll be pleased to know that by $50, Andy is the winner. Second place was Jehuti, which was $2.50.
No.
This is the beauty of Twitch
Andy.
chat. I'm sorry if you go to sleep, Ray, and you just have multiple Andys in your dreams or nightmares, whichever one you prefer.
So Sprig is our sort of new MVP. Sprig has a very useful ability where she can turn into monsters. She comes with a set number that she can turn into, but to learn new monsters, Sprig has to defeat them in battle. And there's one we're going to pick up later that's very powerful. It's a unique enemy. It's the only chance we have to fight it. So we have a very particular strategy to make sure she gets the killing blow on it, and it's going to kind of carry us through the mid-game here. Sprig really does make this run way faster. If we didn't get access to Sprig or a character like her, it would be so much slower. So, as opposed to Kid, you are being named after somebody very useful here, Andy. All right, what's Harley's name?
Harley, let me check. Yeah, it's let me just check. Yeah, it is Andy. It is confirmed.
Oh,
second place was I was hoping it was going to make it because then I could do a Persona 5 reference and go looking good, looking cool, Joker. But no.
No. Another nice bonus about Sprig's doppelganger is it doesn't use her stats. It uses the enemy's predetermined stats.
Yep.
So the good thing is we don't have to worry about star level ups, and it's one of the first times in the game where it's consistent known damage as long as you can hit. Strength and an Eagle Eye and Turn Element still work all exactly the same. Which is also nice because it frees up a bunch of the Dragoon equipment to give it to Lynx.
I have a third Dragoon Gauntlet here. I guess we give that to Harley. Her damage is used.
There is an item casually you can find. It's called a
Not the honor.
It's called a Forget-Me-Not pot. And as long as you have that equipped on another character, Sprig will also learn the doppelgangers through that kill. Speedrun, obviously not going to get it, but something for casual play, it really does help. Unless you're looking up for a guide, you don't know which monsters are doppelbull or not.
Yeah, we actually don't want Sprig to learn anything on top of what she already knows, plus the one unique enemy we're going to kill. Because if we get just that enemy learned, I'm not going to the text skip here and fast forward. You can soft lock if you mess it up. Not trying for it to fast forward, but if we get just the one extra, then we go to Doppelgang, we hold down, and it goes to the one we want. So it's really fast, consistent menuing. Getting extra enemies can kind of mess that up. So we kind of avoid killing enemies with Sprig unless she's doppelganged too, so she doesn't learn extra doppelganger forms. This is our starting best one, the Lagoonit. Just kind of this blue guy. If you have any blue guy emotes, this is the time to spam them. Lagoonit is pretty good.
They also come with their own predetermined elements. I think Lagoonate is all like double kick or triple kick.
I'm surprised we hit those. Radius has evade chance, and Lynx has a very low chance of actually hitting attacks. It's like 10% lower than it would normally would be. Yeah, it's like double kick, triple kick, that kind of stuff. I think you're right. Got another magnify.
Are we good for a couple other announcements? Oh, do you need a name?
No, we're not naming
Okay,
Radius.
Cool. Okay, cool. Are you okay with me just doing a couple of announcements?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Hey Google, stop, because my Google Home is about to talk to me.
To mute the mic on
Hey Google,
Home,
stop.
press
Google wants to be a part of this as well. Shouts out to Google right there. So first off, big thank you to Mega Man X306 with that raid. Greatly appreciate it. Welcome in Raiders to Fastest Furs, where we are raising money for Trans Lifeline. Stick around because we have an amazing run right now. We've got the Chrono Cross Radical. I have to get the full name now because there's so many Andys on the Chronicle Dreamers Edition. Thank you very much indeed. Run by raelcun. And also, just to let you know that we have a $110 donation from Luna Chimera 120, who says, way late, but here's my donation for the marathon. $1 for each minute I took in the FF6 WC race. Keep up the amazing work supporting a great cause. Everyone involved in this marathon is wonderful. That's them free. Thank you very much, Luna. Appreciate it.
We just did a shop. This is the first opportunity we have to buy Ice Blast, so we bought a bunch. We bought some healing elements we'll be using, and we bought a very important element called Blackout. It lets you remove black-based status effects, which is very important because Diminish is a black element, and there's an element that can be cast that prevents you from casting black elements. So if we wind up in a situation where we can't cast Diminish, hello? What are you doing? I get kind of stuck in the corner. Then it's really bad. So we have that blackout just in case Harley gets hit with an anti-black later on, and so we can make sure she can still cast Diminish. It's the only reason to buy it, but it's very important.
Lynx is going to get a bunch of heal-alls mainly for healing up after battle, but sometimes you need it in battle as well. It's strengthened, weak-minded. Sprig, we're getting Photon Beam. This just to get a little bit of extra element levels, just in case.
Yeah, I'm just focusing on this real quick. These menus are very important. Okay, there we go.
Most like most RPGs, you're not setting up one menu for the next fight. You're trying to do as much as you can in the menu to carry you as far as you can through the game. So even though we equipped a bunch of elements we might not use right away, we will use at some point, so it's just better to try to equip as much as you can now. And when you're doing large equip menus like that, it's very easy to overstep something. And it's a mistake you might not find out until 20-30 minutes later.
I believe, according to the notes I gave you, can you check to make sure, Andy, the next characters being named should be Fargo and Marcy? I'm not
That is
missing
correct,
anyone?
yes. No, yep. Fargo and Marcy are the next ones.
Okay, just making sure.
And
We
just
got
to
a
let
little
everyone-
while to go before that happens.
No worries. Just to let you know, all know that if you type !donate in the chat, you could be able to put your donations towards Fargo and Marcy. So be sure to do that. !donate. Click on the link, and yeah, how much you donate. Be sure to put that in for the name bid war.
So we have to talk to Toma there. We have to choose a specific option, and then we have to clear like 3 text boxes before we leave to unlock the next story trigger. The problem is, the first time you talk to him, he only gives you a first text box and run fast forward. So if you don't mash fast enough, he can just walk away from you before you can talk to him again. Which is what just happened there. This is the longest section of like text and other stuff in the game, and on fast forward, this takes about 10 minutes. So we just got a lot of story triggers to clear. We need to gain access to the Dead Sea. The Sage here knows how. He works in an area of the ship we can't access. Fargo's going to swindle us a little bit. We're going to do everything we can to get through this quickly, but fast forward is going to help a lot. So if you have anything to interject at any point, just, ask. What were you going to say, Dine?
We also run into the greatest character, Sneff. If a Canadian was ever in a video game, it would be it'd be Sneff. All he wants to do is feed the kitty cats.
Alright, so here's a weird change for Radical Dreamers Edition. The fast forward item doesn't work in this room. Also, I'm pressing the pause button and nothing is happening. They really didn't want you to cheat on this roulette game, but they didn't think about one thing in particular. That menu still works. Which is me hitting escape on my keyboard.
Please don't patch.
We need to lose this first one. You cannot win it. So ideally, what we want is for Fargo to land on east. Because if he lands on east, you can hold the X button and lose instantly. If he doesn't hit east, I need to pause buffer, wait for the pointer to be at a specific point, and to guarantee that I lose. So just give me east. Give me east. Oh, come on.
You got Weast.
There it is. Southwest is what we're looking for. And that's just way faster than spinning back and forth randomly. That can take upwards of like 5 to 6 rounds if you get unlucky on losing quickly. So the pause buffer is just the best way to go for it. Crucially, where you need a pause buffer is different when you're using that menu compared to pausing via the start button. So if you are playing on the PC version, you come over to Radical Dreamers Edition, you want to pause when it's at Southwest instead. Alright, so now we need to go to the magic show with Steph. He's going to do a magic show. It's really weird because this is a show where magic exists. Like, provably exists. He's going to do like a very stereotypical illusionist show. This guy's going to be like, "You're fake!" And he's going to respond by turning him into a cat. Seems a little bit extreme, but okay. But we need to turn into a cat. Well, more of a cat. We're kind of already a cat. So we need to see this happen, then we need to leave, come back into the room. We have to go to the inn and see that the guy in the inn was just underneath that casino we were in. Gee, I wonder what he was doing. And then as a cat, we can sneak in and undo Fargo's rigging of the gambling.
Meow. Meow. I'm a
Meow.
kitty cat.
I didn't know we were going to get singing from you today, Dine.
It's hard coded into me. Meow. Meow. I'm a kitty cat.
My favorite part is that this dude sees the other cat and tells them they're not allowed up here. Sees us, cats he's never seen before, looks at us, watches us walk up, steal the handle, and doesn't say a damn darn thing about it. Just like, okay. Nice to do
You're not
business
supposed
with
to be up here. Did my job.
you. Chat likes your song.
Bork. I'm a kitty cat. Bork. Bork.
I think you're a little confused, Just. It's fine. Shasta's an otter, so... This is where Nikki finds out that Fargo's his father, and it opens up a whole optional side quest. Gives us access to the other very good blue spellcaster. Unfortunately, it takes literally 45 minutes because it includes an actual rock opera,
So good though.
a bunch of forced random encounters, and you have to fight the black dragon, which on our current route we just can skip. So, not going to see any of that, unfortunately. It's way too long to include as even an incentive. Even on fast forward, it'd be like an extra 25 minutes. And we get locked out of it as soon as we don't do it, so it's not even like we could come back and do it if we came in way under or something like that. I just agreed to play. Mashing too much. Oh, we can quit. That's fine.
I'm to get rainbow shells.
Alright, so now we've gained access to the Grand Slam, which is behind that door, which means we can talk to this guy, get through, and we can talk to the sage. But he doesn't want to talk to us, so we have to leave and re-enter 3 times. He enters and exits through different doorways, and many guides will tell you have to follow him. Doesn't matter, just leave and re-enter 3 times, and it works. You don't have to go through different doorways. It's a common theme of a lot of guides having incorrect information in this game. Sprig.
Oh,
Sorry, Andy.
What?
Stop missing.
I'm trying my best. I'm sorry.
fuck! I'm spread out over 6 people. You can't expect me to do good on everyone.
I'm doing everything at one time.
Yeah, also, unfortunately, we're not Furt anymore because this entire section you get renamed to Lynx. We will become Furt again later.
You keep Furt stats though,
Yes.
which I always found a little weird.
Ow. Should have defended with Harley there. Give me a crit. Oh. So Sage is an interesting fight here. This is actually a very dangerous fight. But Sage only does the dangerous attacks if you hit him with elements. If you only use physical attacks, he will only respond with physical attacks, which takes what is normally a very dangerous fight and makes it pretty safe.
A lot of these fights too, the bosses or enemies have a script they kind of follow. So for things like Taurusoid and Bunyip, you kind of know which moves they're going to do over and over again too, which is really nice for the routing. Because you know on turn 3 you might be safe, but turn 4 you might have to throw in a couple of defends, because that's when their really scary moves going to happen, like Fire Breath or Taurusoids. I think it's like Knockdown.
Backdrop is the really dangerous one for Taurusoid.
I wanted to say Suplex, and I have no idea why.
It's basically a suplex. It's just named Backdrop. He grabs you, he lifts you over his shoulder, he bends over backwards and slams you into the ground. I'm going here too early. I need to go use the crab first. There we go. So he gives us a crab, a fiddler crab. And the fiddler crab makes this entire huge section of rock go away, because that's just how that works. And this is where we find the Masamune, which is an evil sword. It is tainted by darkness and hatred.
Because the world didn't have enough Andys. I bet you the Council of Andys could have done something about this.
Yeah. So we need, in order to get past it, we need the Holy Sword Einlancer. But Einlancer is buried with Radius' compatriot Jirai here. And you'll notice he has 2, but we only get 1.
And he's like 9 feet tall.
Yeah. There is a thing where you can get a second Einlancer, but there's a long cutscene attached. And by the time we can get it, we're not... Glenn is the only person who can equip Einlancer, I should clarify. By the time you can get the second one... Oh, he got past me! It's not really worth getting on Glenn at that point, so... You're not going to see the unique attacks that happen when you have second Einlancer equipped. It changes all of his attack animations. It's actually really cool.
So this is the dungeon Raelcun was speaking about, where we're going to be getting Andy Sprig. We're going to get him a brand new doppelgang. So these little lantern enemies, the Will-o'-the-Wisps, they'll actually follow you. I don't remember anything in the game kind of telling you about this mechanic. You can lead them to certain areas in the map, and if you fight them there, they'll explode, and they have the chance to open up different areas for like treasure chests and things like that. So in the next room, we're going to be bringing one down to a very specific spot, and this will allow us to get the White Knight doppelgang that we'll be using for the rest of this section of the game.
No Inferno. The tutorial's right here. Where you kill this one, it explodes and it blows up the door here. So that's like your only hint you get. Also, these Will-o'-wisps have a chance of dropping Inferno instead of Fire Pillar, which is a very, very powerful fire spell. Has a higher chance of inflicting the burn status effect, so if we can get it, it would be great. Burn, what it does is it reduces your defenses. So, very useful if we can apply it. There's actually only one fight where we try to apply it, despite what you would expect.
What is the defense decrease on Inferno?
On Burn, I think it's 10% was what we figured out. There's smart Chrono Cross people in chat. They can probably confirm that.
Carbon, handy.
1 element level short. Harley missed a bunch, so I couldn't get the fast fight. But I got a good roll on the AP, so we're fine. Inferno? No. It's a rare drop, and then you cast the Inferno because it helps like manipulate the AI, and you get a chance at the burn. It's just kind of a high roll strat, though. Downside to going for it.
One weird thing with the way Chrono Cross handles drops is for a lot of enemies, it's not a 100% drop chance. They'll have a 90% chance to drop an item, and then it will be 15% chance for a rare and 85% chance for a common. So there are a couple where it's like 100% drop chance, but for some points you are rolling 2 independent drop chances to try to get an item, which does make it a little more difficult.
Yeah, and just to cut in real quick, this is the first time we've used that element weak-minded. It reduces the target's magic defense. You'll see that a few times being used. Then we magnified, dropped a meteorite, so we have a full white field, magnify, lowered magic defense. Sprig fires off this photon beam. She gets the kill with it. Now she can turn into the White Knight.
We also get the Tiara, I think it is.
Yeah, the Golden Tiara sells for 75,000 gold. Which is a nice bonus. We come here because of White Knight, but the Golden Tiara just gives us so much extra gold we can be lazy on shop stuff. In instances where we'd want to buy like 4 of something, we just buy 11 because hitting up and confirm is 2 inputs instead of like 4 or 5 to buy 4 or 5. So we can just throw our money around more willy-nilly and not have to worry about money routing anymore after this.
Are we good for a quick donation?
Yep, go for it.
All right, Mega Man X306 donated $20 saying, dropping in 20 so the road in our lives leads us to warm sands. Hashtag trans rights less than free. Thank you very much, Mega Man.
So people are paying attention will realize this is a very casually difficult fight. He has a white innate, he has white elements, and he's very scary casually. He does a lot of damage. And our entire party is black innate. So he does bonus damage against everybody. What's our plan here? Well, we just cast Diminish. That means that all of his really scary elements that he casts do half damage. And that alone is a really big deal. Like this triple cut. Whatever. Oh, did he just get fatigued?
You were mocking him.
Fatigue? Yeah, it's fatigue. So I have to...
What fatigue will do is it will increase the amount of stamina.
Oh, that fixes it. Okay.
Stamina used for attacks and spells. So you can see there are 2 costed 2.5.
Oh, come on.
Alright. We're in a little bit of a pickle.
It's fine. He was very low health.
You'd never know with how some of these fights went.
Yeah, so that I did that with confidence. If you have not run this game for a very long time, don't do that kind of stuff unless you absolutely know it's safe. I spent, like I said, I spent 3 months routing this game for the initial route. I have seen a lot of these fights go bad. I know their AI pretty well. I can do things with confidence without having to stop and think about it, just because I know when their dangerous attacks are coming up. I know about how much damage I'll do. I know how much health they have left. But those kind of backup strats just come from experience, and we have really, really good notes that give you good ideas on what to do in those situations. So do as I say, don't do it, not as I do. This is the lesson here.
If you're definitely looking to pick up the run, using an extra turn or 2 to be safe is much easier than reloading a save.
Yeah. You almost never need to reload a save, because you can run away from every fight, including boss fights in this game. The key part when you learn the game is knowing when you should run away.
Yeah, let's say when you're new, usually you don't know when the scary moves are, so you end up finding them out as you die to them.
Yeah, I did that and I didn't think about it, and then I realized, oh, that was really dangerous. I should probably tell people that was really dangerous, but I was confident because I played this game a lot.
It's just something you get, like raelcun said, with feeling, and the more you do it, the more you start will to see patterns. So it sounds kind of scary to learn, but it's actually not that bad. Like, you do 4 or 5 practice runs, you'll already have like a good set of tools. You'll already have a good feeling on how fights are going. It's just getting through those 4 or 5. But
My
this is
recommendation, if people want to learn this run, is save often, and if a fight goes bad off script, play it out. See what happens. Learn why we have the routes that we do. And then if it goes bad, you can just load save. A lot of people that get into this run, they start off by not doing full runs at first. You can break it up into segments. Just, it's a long run if you're not playing on fast forward. And honestly, I wouldn't recommend starting on fast forward. It's very difficult. So this is something I was able to pick up very easily because I've played the regular version a lot. Oh, I missed one. But she actually didn't get darked. That's good luck. So use the Panacea here, both because it clears darkness, which increases our accuracy, but also because it puts another white on the field. Did you really hit both of those? So it makes our 2 characters who have turn white active on them just hit a little bit harder. This should kill. Harley dying there isn't a big deal. Her stats don't really matter anymore. She's just a support character at this point. Sorry, Andy dying there.
Rip.
You know what, Andy? I'm concerned about you inspecting the ants on that fight.
I mean,
I will not stand for it, and I will rally chat.
Look, I didn't do it on purpose.
No more Andys.
We're coming up on probably the scariest casual fight in the game. Miguel. Miguel is the destroyer of playthroughs. And this is the same deal as Jirai. Very powerful white innate character with very powerful white spells. And we have a full party of black innate characters. So it's like, what? That seems like a really bad idea. And it comes down to Diminish being extremely powerful. But it's not the best element in the game. That's Figora. We'll get to that. Please move.
These dancing doll enemies, you would want to do everything in your power to avoid them.
Yeah.
They can do a 0 roll. And at the start of the battle, they do have a lot of text they go through.
Yeah, they
And if
give you
they're
like a cutscene. It takes like a minute. It's
Yeah.
terrible.
I was about to say, if you get an encounter, I think 4 of them is the highest. And it's like 60, 70 seconds, you're just sitting there, just mashing text, regretting life decisions.
So, to try and explain the very complicated plot. So, like I said earlier, Terry Pratchett, Trousers of Time, a big decision happened. It created 2 alternate worlds, one with each possibility. This is an area called the Dead Sea, which is where all of the timelines that were erased through time travel or other stuff go. So we're currently in an area that is the world that was destroyed by Lavos and Chrono Trigger, but since the protagonist in Chrono Trigger changed the timeline, this timeline ceased to exist, and it came here to the Dead Sea. Some people got trapped here, including Miguel. He's going to test our metal, which means we got to fight him, and he's not going to pull any punches. He's explaining a lot of what happened when Surge was attacked as a kid and nearly died. It's very complex. We don't have time to get into all of it because there's no time in Fast Forward, and we're trying to give Andy time to do donations too. So there's just a lot of story here. There's just explaining a lot of context. But like we mentioned earlier, if you're not talking to all the optional NPCs, this can still kind of go over your head. I love this game. I wish they did a better job of putting very important story text on mandatory characters. Alright, so this fight, we start off by doing this, and he's going to anti-black. He doesn't use it on Harley, and we have 5 element levels, so that's the best variation we can get. Okay, thank you, we got good luck on something. I'm very happy.
So here now, just get the level 1 elements on Lynx, level 4 on Andy. Gonna start buffing White Knight.
Then we're going to diminish, which reduces the upcoming element attack and also puts a black element on the field, so this heart's harder. Which might you miss? It's a 96% chance, and he missed. That still hurt a lot.
Yeah.
So we missed, so we don't have to worry about that critting. That actually messed me up the other day, where that 2-3, it crit on the 3, pushed him into critical, and then he meteor showered me.
Oh, that's unlucky. It's kind of neat when you have bosses that have AP thresholds that lead you in a very... Ooh.
It's fine.
Oh,
And so he's going to follow up with a scary attack, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to heal here. Oh yeah, I'm fatigued, so I can't even attack.
But it's so pretty.
I'm going to defend with White Knight, which with the heal will just make sure that it survives. I think I just missed too much and I wasn't paying enough attention because I was commentating. But that's just the easy backup. The Holy Light with Diminish. It's normally a very scary attack, but you just heal. Defend if you need to. You're fine. The Meteor Shower is scary because it does a lot of damage, and it just has... I swear, it always fatigues you. It's like 40%, I think, to fatigue, but it just always hits.
We will get those 1% misses way more.
So one of the things, if you get the 2-3 crit handy, is it actually depends on if you're stamina pushing or not. If you get misses and you're pushing too far into the negative stamina and you crit, he won't meteor shower. But if you don't push him hard enough, then he will. It's real weird. And I'm an old geezer, and I'm still using old strats because change is hard. I've just been pushing this category because nobody else has been running fast forward with the old strats because they're what I'm comfortable with. I'm probably later on next year going to try and learn the new strats to actually push this even lower. Because I would like to start submitting this to more marathons. I love this game. I love the speed run. I just can't do 7-hour, 6-hour runs anymore. I can't. I'm too old for that.
I find it funny in speedrunning where people still prefer to do the longer versions of runs. Like if you look at Final Fantasy X for an example, PS2 is still ran more than like PC with the cutscene remover.
Yeah. So there's two versions. There's the mod that removes cutscenes, and there's also just the PC version, which has a glitch that lets you like store menu skips.
Yeah.
And that's really hard. I can get why people don't run that. Like if you mess up some of those storages, you lose 3 minutes. That's rough, you know.
So here
Stone Swallow here. Sorry, go ahead.
We sold the Golden Tiara, got rich. We're going to be making the Stone Swallow, which is Lynx's level.
Actually disassemble the right piece of armor.
I feel like every time I talk during these menus, I mess you up.
It's not your fault. I messed that up while I was talking.
So the stone weapon is the level 5 weapon. And it also has the added bonus where it auto-crits on machine-type enemies. So we haven't really talked about, like, enemy types. There is 9 types in the game?
I don't know. I'm bad at remembering those type of numbers. I'll believe you on 9.
And so the stone, if you have a 3, is a guaranteed crit. So it's good for damage, and then it's good for... Obviously, if you come across any machine types, you're going to get that extra bonus damage.
I got trapped in a corner. Big sad.
Everyone get your white people sads ready.
All right, so this is the fish dance. So this is like the big routing difference that I do. Doing it now is more risky, but if you get it right, it's faster. And I like to route around the idea that I don't make mistakes. And I'm kind of trying to just manipulate where they go, because based on where you move, it can kind of affect how fast they're moving. Oh!
No!
I needed to hold just a little bit more to the right. I had it. I just didn't hold the right angle. These fights with the pufferfish, I need to kill 3 fights now, so if you have donations, this is time to go for it.
No worries, I'm just going to check right now. Currently, no donations at the moment, but just to let you all know that if you type an ! donate in the chat, you'll be able to, put in your donation and put it to any incentives that we have available. And just to let you all know that, we also have some merch as well. We're excited to offer 3 brand new Marathon shirts exclusive to Fall Fest 2022 with unisex and women's options designed by artists in our fastest first community. Use the command !merch in chat for a link in our merch store where you can check our original designs from raelcun 14, Pecky, and Flux. Shirts are $20 and all proceeds from merch sales will be donated to Trans Lifeline. Marathon shirts will only be available until the end of the event, so don't miss out on your chance to pick up one today. Go get some epic swag, everyone. They are some really amazing shirts.
So the fights with the pufferfish are faster. So if I get a fish encounter here, I'm going to run from it. But it should be pufferfish. No, okay. I'm really upset. I did the hardest part of that skip, correctly. Getting in, getting the chest at the correct part. I was kind of in a tough spot, and if I moved a little bit more to the right, then I was fine. And I just didn't hold the right angle. It's probably one of the toughest things to do in this speedrun, honestly, is getting that consistently. I've practiced it a lot, it's just, you're not always going to get it.
Feels good when you get it, obviously, because it's a difficult trick. It's kind of, run into the first encounter and you kind of start kicking yourself. But the extra kicker is when you see all the other enemies starting to swarm to you. Doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes you can get lucky and only get into 1 or 2 encounters and you can safely run away. Get out of there and regroup yourself.
It depends on where you are in the arena. If you're on the edges of this circle, you're going to get into a fight with all of them. If you're in the center, usually you can only get away with 1 or 2. Would you move, please? Thank you. And in the center, it's usually only be the pufferfish that catch you too, and they're faster kills. For reference, when running splits and doing practice, getting into a fight with a 2 pufferfish, you only lose a minute. Getting into a fight with all of them is 3. It's not great.
We did get a pretty good accessory from beating Miguel. We got the Dreamer Scarf. What that'll do is, for anyone that has it equipped, we'll automatically start with 1 elemental grid. Which pretty much means it's a free turn element, free strengthen, free eagle eye. Right at the start of the fight. So here we found out Lynx's army has invaded Termia and taken it over.
You mean Furt's army?
Furt's army, sorry. Call him Furtix.
Ooh. There's 3 enemies who can be in really weird spots in this section. I don't think I had Karsh being named here. Yeah, we didn't put Karsh up as a name, so we're fine.
We're
So-
kind of.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. You can explain this much better than I can.
I was just saying we still got a bit to go before we've got Fargo and Marcy joining the party.
Uh.
Oh, we got Arsh because I was mashing too much.
Here we're kind of getting a little bit of a fill in what happened after the good old body swap. So everyone still thinks that Link or Furt is himself when really original Furt is kind of off doing his own thing at the moment.
Yeah, what we just had was Karsh and Zoa. When they showed up there and they saw that General Viper had been stabbed and that Lynx and Furt were gone, they kind of figured it out. So you show up, they're like, you're Lynx, and we're supposed to think that you betrayed General Viper and be angry at you. But we already kind of know that's not what happened. So one of them's staying in Termina to keep an eye on everything, and the other one comes to join us. You get to choose between Karsh and Zoa, and getting Karsh is way better because he's required for a side quest that we want to do as fast as possible.
But Zoa talks in all caps.
Yeah, Zoa's great. We love Zoa,
Yeah.
but taking
My-
Zoa is a huge time loss.
My brain died working around that Furt. I kept digging myself a hole. I didn't know how to get out of it.
The only way to do is just keep digging.
Yeah, that's all I kept doing. Thankfully, raelcun stopped me. He took away the shovel.
So we met Norris. This is the other world version of Norris. In the previous world we were in, Norris is the commander of this group. In this version, he's just an officer. And the officer in charge of this group, the commander in charge, I should say, is doing some questionably ethics things, and Norris isn't happy about it. So he wants us to rescue Riddell, who's being questioned through not nice means. So that, we can get her out of there and he'll help us escape trouble afterwards. But he can't, do too much to act directly against his superior officers because he's a military person, that kind of deal. Would you move?
He was
Sorry.
inspecting the barrel for you.
Oh, and he's going to walk over the bridge. Just sauntering slowly.
I tell you something, that enemy must be a barrel of laughs.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Ooh. That was a scary position. What are you doing over here?
These sewers are always a little stressful because you never know where the enemies really are going to be. And if they end up being in some of those narrow corridors, could potentially be quick, or you could be losing a little bit of time just watching them kind of just do their own thing.
These enemies are the worst because most enemies have some amount of predictable movement patterns. You can kind of have an idea of where they're going to go. These enemies just go wherever the heck they please. If it's a valid pathing location, they might just decide to go on a journey halfway across the map.
One little nice tip I always liked about the sewers is you get to see the people's footsteps, like your party's footsteps as you're walking around.
Sorry, I just ran into him.
The enemies are frozen in place for a little bit after you do a runaway. So it is, unless you kind of pinned yourself against a wall or somewhere where you can't move, like doing the ghost dance, you pretty much can have a chance to reset yourself, try to get around them again. Which is a nice addition instead of just the enemy having zero frames where everything's just kind of deactivated and they jump right on you again.
Yeah, the tricky thing about why the fish dance is so hard earlier, though, is that it freezes the enemy you were just in combat with and not the others. So if you ever get into a situation where you run away from a combat and there's another enemy on top of you, then the one you ran away from won't start the combat, but the other one will. And then you run away again, and it switches indefinitely. So you have to kill an enemy at that point. I don't think we explained why that was bad earlier.
A lot of these fights coming up are just the same cookie cutter. White Knight strengthen, turn element. You can't get around White Knight's damage. I mean, Rochester can by killing him, but
it's annoying because the strengthen stays, but now the turn red falls off, so now it's doing a little bit less damage without the turn red, which means that would have normally killed, but it's now a little bit short. That should do it, though. We're gonna meet Fargo again, still not joining the party. We run into Fargo a lot before he joins the party.
I want to know how
very
they were
important
making.
for the run.
I want to know how they're making his bed jump through the iron grate.
Don't think about it too much. Just gonna touch the save point because that auto saves. Just something I've been doing while practicing for marathons a lot. In Radical Dreamers Edition, you get auto saves on major story points, but also anytime you touch a save point. So especially when you're fast forwarding, it only takes a few seconds to go out of your way to touch a save point for safety for marathon. Yeah, we'll do that. It's not even a dangerous fight, it's just like right there, you know? Wow, that was terrible. It was like a 1 AP roll and then Sprig missed. I was supposed to 3 with Harley there. That's fine. We will adjust. Nice crit.
Oh.
There's one. 99% miss.
Oh. It's, of course, that'd be the last hit.
Oh my god. So we were talking about it earlier. The 99% is not like a display thing, and you have 99% chance to hit. You can miss.
Surge is getting a little bit of strength growth. It's gonna need to start eating more Wheaties, though.
I haven't been watching too closely. I use this fight here just to check. Just because I have less time on fast forward to look.
He's at 28, I believe, at the moment.
Is it really only 28? That's terrible.
Yeah, he needs to start pick up the game.
Oh, that's really bad. The strength is going to start mattering pretty soon. We're nearing the end of Sprig's term as the most useful character. $29. That's not great, but better.
And we have 2 more fights left with the good old White Knight. Before, as raelcun mentioned, we go on the side quest. That Karsh opens up. It gives us one very, very important weapon, and it gives us another Dreamer Scarf. So that we can have 2 people start with level 1 element grid at the start of every fight.
Please use your element. Yeah, we're gonna do a side quest that people who played this game before will think it's a little foolish that we're trying it now. But we're gonna do some nonsense. It'll be fine. That one was 96. 999. But we've missed a lot of 96s so far. It's not great. Oh, crit. Doesn't fully make up for it.
He's trying, though.
There's another one. But it's after the turn white wears off, so it doesn't do as much damage. There we go.
Oh, this game's soundtrack is...
30?
You can say what about the game story, but the soundtrack has something for everyone.
Yeah, Yasunori Mitsuda kicked it out of the park. Very, very good soundtrack. I don't know if I said kicked it out of the park, knocked it out of the park. I guess he was playing kickball. Oh, that damage is so bad.
Even with the auto crit, you can still see that Lynx's damage is not up to where we would like it.
This isn't even a boss fight. It doesn't give star levels. You just have to fight it twice. And if you have higher strength, you don't have to do the Arrow Blast animation, save a few seconds. To be fair, almost all of my runs have not had enough strength to skip the Arrow Blast, so it's just normal. You'll see the effect of our placement of our elements again. I can just mash X there and get the Arrow Blast every time, just because of the way we did our menu earlier. Got lucky, we didn't get the long animation on either of these. Really?
Was it like Hot Edge?
Yeah, Hot Edge. I had to speak up. Because then she missed and I didn't get the Arrow Blaster off.
Yeah, for the fast strats, you want to be around 33 strength. Now, once again, as we were saying, even though Lynx is at 30 at the moment, that 3 is actually quite a big deficit in terms of damage, especially with how a lot of these fights are routed out.
We do have an extra Dragoon's Gauntlet, and I'm probably going to take advantage of that. It'll be +2 over what we normally route for. Because once we start using Lynx's physical attacks, we're going to be mostly eagle-eyeing anyway. So I think I'm going to go triple Gauntlet, since we're behind on a lot of these fights.
Here we say goodbye to our lovable
31.
Sprig.
I don't know which Andys these are.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
I'm not.
I might be just a tiny bit sorry.
We need Karsh to do this, which is a requirement to fight Dario, which gets us Surge's ultimate weapon. The Dario fight is quite difficult and should be outscaling us very hard, but we're going to take advantage of an AI quirk on that fight to make it very safe.
Eater.
But we have to do this little side section before we can get there. There's a lot of requirements for getting the Master Immune, but there's a large section of the game where the Master Immune auto crits versus very scary enemies and has very high base damage. So I actually did the math. Most of the time, the Master Immune is going to save you time. You have to get very, very good stat luck for skipping it to be worth it. And by the time you know if your stats are good enough to be able to skip it, you've kind of already had to make your decision on if you're doing this or not. So if you commit to skipping it and then you don't get the good luck, that run's basically just dead. So we haven't had anybody going for the no Master Immune routes yet, because especially if you're not playing on fast forward, you're 4+ hours in at this point, and then you could be discarding a run if you don't have enough strength. Doesn't feel good.
It also sounds kind of rough where it's like, this takes 25 minutes to get. And you're like, well, how are you going to save that time? There are a lot of boss fights, and by skipping it, if I remember correctly, it's like each fight would have to take a minute longer without it for it to kind of like break even. Which sounds like a pretty decent amount of time, but a lot of these animations are pretty long. And there's probably 34 fights left in the run.
I equipped arrow saucers and an arrow blaster. Oops. That's fine. It's really just for the green element on the fields. If he pushed it off the red, which kind of sucks. But still. Did I do that on Harley too? You usually don't even have an arrow blaster. It must have been a drop. You usually don't have an arrow saucer, I should say. This is the main reason why we don't use Karsh. He's got very good strength scaling. He hits for a lot of damage. But there is a stat that is never really explained very well called stamina recovery. And for most characters, when another character uses 1 stamina, they gain 1 stamina. But Karsh has 0.9 stamina recovery. So every point of stamina somebody else in the party uses, he gets 0.9 back instead of 1. So it kind of messes with your routing. You don't get all of your stamina back. Gets rid of your ability to do infinite loops back and forth. Glenn has 1.1 because Glenn is just the best character in the game, TBH. It's like he doesn't even need 1.1. He just gets it. All right, we need Fargo and Marcy names cut off now. They're coming up very shortly.
Yeah, a lot of the battle strats, and just you can see how well especially the physical fights have gone with everyone getting that 1-for-1 recovery back, where it's one person does 3-3 and then another person does 3-3, or you trade back 2 3s, or 1-2-3, depending on your comfort with accuracy and like the hit or misses.
All right, Andy. Hit me with the bad news.
Yep. Yeah, do you want the bad news or the really, really bad news?
Let's go start with the really bad news.
Yeah, so who are we seeing first? Is it Fargo?
Yeah, Fargo.
Andy won that by $250.
Oh,
second place,
no.
Second place was N Dakota for $13.
All right, we've got one character left after this, please.
Chat, you're insane. I love you all.
And Marcy,
Keep it
I
going.
assume, was also...
Marcy is also Andy with $100. Second place was Violet with $18.
Oh my god.
This is why I say I'm sorry.
This is really funny to me, because, like, we're having this sad moment, because, like, we saw Kid again, and she's fighting us because she thinks we're Lynx, and we're, like, having this moment, we're remembering Kid, and we have 3 cutscenes here. One of them is when we met her. One of them is when she was stabbed. And this third one was a hallucination we had that never actually happened. Those are our most fond memories of Kid. And that just cracks me up.
Also, we have the perfect music background to break the double Andy to raelcun.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this.
I'm changing Zoa's name. You can't stop me. So there's Andy, what, number 4? I
Yeah,
lost count.
numero quattro. uh, this was
So
something I
the
wasn't
runner
expecting.
Andy likes to name Marcy Slappy instead. So you notice Zoa's name is in all caps when he talks, but when he joins the party it isn't. So we're just gonna fix that real quick. Oh, no, I did that wrong. We deleted the Z. We're never gonna put him in the party, but it's better this way.
Yes, thank you everyone again for your donations. You really are all amazing.
I mean, if you're gonna torment me, at least you're tormenting me for a good cause. No, I kid.
Exactly.
It's funny. Please name Starkey something else, I'm begging you.
Still fun and games until raelcun and I are in a VC after the run.
No, I'm going to sleep after the run.
I will just say, with the Starkey name bid war, so Andy is in the lead at the moment with $50.
We've got a lot of
But
time on that one.
we got a lot of time. Edard is in second place with $10. So I mean, if you put 50 for Edard, you can break that chain. If you want to break the Andy chain, it's entirely up to you.
That's the point where we need a couple Eagle Eyes, Strengthens, Weak Mindeds. And we have so much money from selling Golden Tiara, we just buy 11 of them instead.
This blew my mind the first time I seen this in a speedrun. Where you just walk up to the black dragon, he's like, I don't want to wake up, here you go.
Yeah, because we skipped the cutscene to wake him up. And you need the black relics, so you just get it for free. At least we didn't rename Karsh, so... But I went past his name anyway. Oh, it's Arsh, right. I did rename him. So I typoed. What's our magic? 23! Nice, okay. Whew. So Marcy has just joined my party, and her magic can be anywhere from like 18 to 27. Anything under 20 is terrible.
So here we're making a stone sword for Andy, and then a stone vest
For Andy.
for Andy.
Oh, we don't have one, but we dropped a stone vest, so it's fine.
I feel so spoiled.
So we got the rare drop of a stone vest, so it's fine that we can't afford to make it. I just forgot.
So here is going to be another very extensive menu. Andy Slappy Andy, is going to be getting all the ice blasts. Now you might ask, how many is all of them? And it's like,
Yes.
all of them. This next fight coming up is a quite long fight, and you can, if you want to play it risky, you can just kind of cut it off at like level 5 if you want, but this is one fight you want more than less.
So with our current stone, like, magic values, you could cut it off sooner, but I equipped all of them just in case it misses. It's safer.
The Dario fight, if you hit him with an element before his action happens, he will respond with the opposite element.
An element of the opposite color, and they're always set to specific elements per color. So that's the important part, is that we know what he'll use in response to every element color. And we can use that to manipulate his AI so that he doesn't do his most scary things. We equipped a Fire Pillar to Lynx so that we have a chance of burning him, but Fire Pillar is only 10%. It's not great. And this is the fight that gives us the best weapon in the game for Surge. With an asterisk afterwards, because depending on your strength values and who you're fighting, technically the Rainbow Swallow is better on some fights because of a different damage formula. But we're not going to get into that. We don't have enough time.
So if you go to game facts, a lot of the common strat is steal a black vest or a black mail from the Black Dragon, and then just keep do a white element and have then Dario respond with Conductor Rod, which will heal you. And then you kind of get stuck in this healing loop over and over again. This is pretty much the same aspect, but just without the black vest. He responds with a red element, I believe it's Nimble, which will lower evasion.
Numble. Numble is the debuff, yeah. Sorry,
I'm just letting you set this up.
We actually, for stamina manipulation, we don't want Riddell to be alive in this fight. So we use a weak-minded, because it lowers his magic defense anyway. So she gets counterattack killed. Then we Genius Marcy buffs her magic damage, Magnify buffs magic damage, period. Turn red, which makes him take more damage from blue elements, and he'll counter with a blue. So now we only need to cast 2 blue elements to get a blue field. We need to use a Cure Plus. Gives another blue. Attack a few times for stamina manipulation. Cure Plus again. Now we have a full blue field, and we can summon. Did not get a burn, so this isn't going to do a ton of damage, but it's still going to do a good amount. For reference, Dario has about 3,600 health. That sure was a stamina refresh.
That oh.
2. What can I do here? 3. I think we just defend here. He's gonna dash and gash. Okay, yeah, that's fine. And if it killed Marcy, then she can be revived by Lynx. Normally we want to get another Ice Blast off first, just because his turn red is about to wear off. So these Ice Blasts are going to start doing less damage.
Yeah, that's one of the unfortunate things with the stamina refreshes, is there is a very small chance that you won't get the full 7 stamina back. And now that Lynx and Riddell are both kind of inspecting the ants, you're in this nice little loop where it's going to be 6 ones, Ice Blast, Weaken, and you just kind of repeat this over and over again. Even though Marcy is doing 6 or 7 damage a slap, for the amount of time she's attacking, that small amount of damage does add up quite a bit.
Yeah, I was pretty sure it was fine. I just had to stop and think about it because it's a long fight, and you don't want to have to run away from it. So we get the Master Immune and a Dreamer's Bandana. The Dreamer's Bandana is very nice. That was a gold split somehow. How was that a gold split? That shouldn't have been a gold split. I had to stop and think about it.
Did I forget anything?
Awesome.
I also messed up my menuing because everybody's named Andy. Why are you going like this?
Chaos. Sweet, sweet chaos.
So the Master Immune, as raelcun was saying, is a little bit weaker than the Spectral Swallow, but it will crit auto crit 7 of the 9 or 9 of the 11, depending on which website you look at, enemies. So for the vast majority of the rest of the run, we're getting free crits, which makes it a lot more useful than the Spectral Swallow. Because on paper with 1s and 2s, the Spectral might do more, but the Master Immune will greatly outshine it with the 3s.
I'm gonna get rid of these ice blasts just to make my cursor better. Oh, I should have put Fargo in. Sorry, Andy. Should have put Andy in.
Outside of a couple of fights coming up, physicals are just always going to be faster. There are a handful of fights coming up where we still will be using a summon. But especially after we get the almighty Vigora, just poking stuff is always going to be the fastest route. Our next stop up is to the Earth Dragon Isle, where we kind of got to do a little bit of a puzzle by pushing enemies called rock roaches.
I'm taking the chance on it. Our strength is low, so I'm leaving the third Dragoon Gauntlet on instead of putting it on or on. It makes our accuracy a little bit worse, but on most of these fights, it's fine. We're going to be eagle-eyeing a lot. There's a couple of fights where it could bite me, but not like run ending bad. Just may extend the fight by a few seconds. And since we have the extra Dragoon Gauntlet, it's basically +2 strength. So I'm going to try it. I'm going to risk it. We'll find out later if it pays off.
Are we good for a donation?
Yeah, go for it. We got a bunch of
Okay.
just encounters to fight through here.
Okie dokie, right. So we got a $5 donation from Rock On, who says, Rock On Shimo donated $5 towards Andy Chur tag good Andy NG. Thank you very much, Rock On, for that. Appreciate it. Also, just want to let you all know that coming up very soon, well, today actually, November 13th to the 19th is Transgender Awareness Week, and November 20th marks the annual Transgender Day of Remembrance. We're proud to be putting on this event as a kickoff to Transgender Awareness Week in the hope of raising awareness of the issues facing transgender and gender non-confirming people everywhere. Thank you for joining us, and we encourage you to support Trans Lifeline in their life-saving work.
0 roll, really? It's a great cause. I'm just annoyed because I got a 0 roll on this. Yeah, definitely do what you can. Support trans people right now. It's a tough climate at the moment. We appreciate it. Oh, we got a crit. Okay. So the Master Immune has an auto crit against a lot of different enemy types, but it can also just crit normally. We didn't get a mini star strength up for Surge, which is disappointing. If you get a mini star strength up, it guarantees that the next level up is going to include a strength up. So missing it doesn't mean we won't. It just guarantees it.
It's just nice to see it for what's coming up next.
I was supposed to turn green there. Was distracted by the lack of a strength up. Oh, they both got a turn? So, for reference, these have 21 AP. You can kill these fights without them taking a turn somewhat reliably. Just gonna glide hook it, because I forgot to turn green. Hitbox and talking to this thing is so annoying, so if I miss it, I just slow down and take it carefully. So here's the first dragon fight. We have to fight a bunch of dragons here. We have to fight 5 out of the 6 because we already got one from the black dragon. And dragons are one of the enemy types that we auto-crit with the Master Immune. This is where we save most of the time that we save with the Master Immune is on these dragon fights.
I always like this game because all the dragons have different. They're not just like recolors of each other. They're all very unique, different, unique looking bosses.
My strength is terrible, so we're just gonna play this by ear. It's got like 2,900 health. I don't think that's enough to glide hook, so we're just gonna do another cycle and it should kill.
And 3,000 hit points, just like that. The Master Immune just helps create a very big power spike, especially against a lot of the bosses coming up, where it's just very hard to ignore. Furt not getting any strength kind of hinders that power spike quite a bit, but
Yeah, Furt is not playing along.
no, he's rebelling against the cause of Andy.
To be fair, this is very normal for marathons. Having a low strength surge is very typical. We're still doing fine on time, by the way. Even with that oops on Glenn, we're still hovering around 10 minutes behind my PB. Which, reminder, is a 350. So we're going to hang on to this pace. We're still on a really, really good marathon pace. So I'm complaining and I'm annoyed because I'm not getting strength, but this is still a really good marathon showcase. We're just getting a little peek at some of the stuff that can go wrong as well. Just don't give me the Lagoonets. That's fine. I'm going to run away, try and get the better encounter. But if I don't, I'll take the next one that has the Mantas.
More
I
often
think
than...
Oh, sorry, after you.
Okay, yeah, we'll just take it. What were you going to say, Andy?
I was just going to say, I think you're doing an amazing showcase right here, and I'm sure chat agrees 100% as well.
I was about to say, more often or not, anytime this run is done in a marathon, Furt ends up being very, very weak. You do get the odd couple of ones where, like the RPG Limit Break run, where Ash and Spike got very, very lucky with the strength increases. But most of the time, the game just seems to know, and it just gives you it makes it a little bit harder than it should be. And it's a little bit of an issue now, but if you continually miss those strength ups, because the game does have a mechanic where it will try to catch you up, but it's not a guaranteed catch up.
So essentially, the lower your strength is, the higher chance you have to get a strength up each level. So, the further behind you are, the better it increases it. So it's, on average, you'll be fine. On average. Blue Dragon is nice because it has really fast attack animations. I'm not going to risk it because I don't have the Dragoon's Honor. Sometimes I 3-3 on this fight because if you get the 3-3, you can get a really fast kill. Alright, we're doing it anyway. Were you gonna say something, Andy?
Oh no, I was just saying that you're doing an amazing showcase and it's really awesome to watch.
I mashed through that dialogue way too often, Handy. Thank you very much, by the way. All of these dragons, well, some of them, you talk to them, and the first choice is, I don't want anything. And then they say, what the heck? And they chastise you for a little bit. You have to talk to them again. Really? We missed again? And you have to pick the second choice, saying you seek the dragon god's blessing. And I don't know what it is about the blue dragon. I always just mash through it.
Oh!
Both Dine and I making gamer noises at the same time.
Oh!
I kind of
I
said
thought-
it as well, but I had it on. I was muted at the time. I was like, oh dang it.
I was gonna be like, some of these enemies are tricky, and I was like, oh, I think you'd run into them. Next up on our National Geographic tour around the world is we're going to go to the other world, and then go to the Hydra Marsh.
No, we're already in Homeworld.
Oh, all right, never mind. Ignore that. We're gonna go to the Hydra Marsh. So you were supposed to go to this area very, very early in the game. So thankfully, a lot of these enemies are extremely weak. These Biba enemies can be quite annoying because they end up calling a friend.
That's where the lower accuracy could bite me, by the way.
Yeah. I remember Carbon was doing a run of this, and he went through like 7 Bibas when he was trying to do a reroute to do Green Dragon early. And he ended up the Bibas just ended up showing him what for.
Yeah, with our really low strength here, we have to do a bunch of forced enemy fights. So with our low strength, if we get bad formations, this could be bad. The difference between the formations, we haven't talked about this much because we try to skip as many of the encounters as we can. But anytime you run into an enemy on the field for a normal encounter, there are different formations of like number of enemies and which types of enemies that can show up. Some of them, whenever you're doing these random fights, there's just like one enemy. Super easy to kill. Other times there'll be like 5. So depending on what formation we get, sometimes we'll run away and try for a different one. And this is probably one of the biggest examples of that because we do 7 fights in this upcoming dungeon.
And there's
7 opportunities to get really bad formations or really good formations.
There's also one enemy, if it shows up, we're going to just get out of dodge right away. It's the Prehistoric, which can cause confusion. And once your party members start attacking each other, you're in a very, very bad state.
It can confuse your entire party. And if they use elements on each other, then they don't remove the confusion. And we got some powerful elements equipped.
How great would it be that somehow Marcy's confused someone's Frog Prince?
Oh.
I want to see that chain of events. So to fight the Green Dragon, we need to actually go to Gaia's Navel. And the only way to get to Gaia's Navel is via the Wingipede. So this area kind of trips up a lot of people casually. Because you have to do 5 encounters before you can progress onto the Tyrannosaur and then the Green Dragon.
It's 5, I thought it was 7.
I
I'm
think it's 5.
misremembering.
I know. I'm gonna trust your word over mine. I am very sleepy.
We got people who are smarter about this game in chat. Help. Is it 5 or 7?
Andy, help!
Neither of us are confident in our numbers. I did that wrong. I should have done the turn yellow after. Didn't get a good fight either, so now everybody's gonna be poisoned.
How many encounters do we need?
Yeah, how many
for
fights do we do?
Tyranno?
Is it 5 or 7? We can't remember.
You say 6, so help me.
That would be perfect, actually. You can go without that strength in, but our strength is so low, I'm just gonna do it.
Oh, it is 6?
It is 6?
What are the chances of that?
Oh my god, and I missed.
Alright, well at least we're still in the ballpark and we're not lying to the children.
Oh my god, I can't believe we all got that wrong. I was not paying attention to that mini star, only look at the stream. Trying to look at the stream while running into this enemy. I did not get a strength up. And there's a prehistoric.
Goodbye.
Why are we still at 30 strength, Dine?
Because the game wants to show chat what to do.
This is really bad.
And it makes you really want to put in overtime for the strats.
There is a point where the game will kick in to overdrive the bad luck protection and just start throwing strength at you.
That might be disabled this run.
It's usually in Terra Tower. If you have absolutely terrible strength, you'll just start getting tons of it. But, yeah. I'd like some strength before then. Please.
Even with the low strength, everything's still been going kind of smooth for the moment. Yeah, Zoe, the game actually does have a bad luck protection. It's not nearly as good as the additive of, like, just getting lucky. But the game will make sure that, like, you just don't get really boned.
Yeah, it's essentially just a really big chart. And the lower your strength is compared to where they think you should be, the higher chance you get of gaining a strength up. Oh, that's a prehistoric. Didn't show in the first pan. Okay, running away. Sometimes the cinematic camera pan in the intro will show 2 mantis, and it'll just barely not show the prehistoric there. So you're like, okay, we're good. We'll take this fight. And then you cast an element. It's just standing there going, hey, what's up? How you doing? One of my favorite things about this area is we're fighting a bunch of these mantis enemies, and they have a common drop of a feather, which is really funny. Why are you coming down? He never does that.
You wanted to say hello.
They have a common drop of a feather, which is the rare drop we need at the start of the game. Could you... Okay, sure. He's gonna stand there. That was risky. I don't know why I skipped this mantis. I usually do it the first visit. I just wasn't thinking. It's fine. It was RNG manipulation. We got one. Unfortunately, now that I've killed the requisite number of enemies, you need to change screens for it to kick in. So I need to run to the right here and then come back to get the trigger.
Oh, puppy.
Big puppy.
In this fight, we are looking for a very specific steal. We're looking for the power seal. And if we end up missing it, it's an insta rerun. And then we just try again. The power seal is a very, very important accessory. It increases our strength by 5.
No, why'd you flap? The Pterodact has like 20 AP. You can easily get a fight where it doesn't flap, and you get a really easy blue fields. I'm just looking at my party list of Andy and Andy.
Only that Lynx's name carried over from Surge. And we would have started this Andy train earlier. We gotta add Andy cubed. Andy, Landy, and Pandy.
Don't forget Randy.
I'm pretty sure Fargo has more strength than Furt, by the way. Yeah, by 5. Now by 6. That's ridiculous. I hope
Game.
Glenn has decent strength to carry us out of this. All right,
Come on,
you want
game,
to
help us
explain the Pendragon sigil real quick?
Oh boy! So the the lesser, in the PS2 they were A, B, and C. In this, I think it's
Lesser,
less-
greater, major.
all right, lesser, greater, major. And what they'll do is take elements 1 to 3, basically 1 to 3, 1 to 5, and 1 to 8. And it will apply that spell's attack power, and it will convert it into your attack power. So the first move that the Green Dragon's going to do is Carnivore. So as you can see, it'll give Lynx an automatic turn green, and it also gives him a very, very large attack boost. Sadly, can't use this for a lot of bosses. Green Dragon just happens to be one of the ones that use an element where the Pendragon Sigil is of great use.
Yeah, Green Dragon will always use Carnivore when the entire field is green, and has very fast attacks and will try to turn the field green so it can do it.
You can see in this fight, it's probably about 170 to 200 extra damage.
Yeah, one of the interesting things is that there's guides that say that the A, B, and C are supposed to do different things and all the different ways that they work. It doesn't work. As far as I can tell, the A, B, and C do the same thing. And like testing it, using them. I had a run the other day where I actually didn't get a B, and I only had an A, and that shouldn't work on that fight with an A, and it does. So, shrug. Not complaining. Oh,
I wonder if it just gives different attack boosts, but like maybe
as far
there's.
as I can tell, it doesn't. No, I think there's supposed to be difference. Some of the guides say there's a difference, but testing between the A, B, and C, they all seem to, in practice, do the same thing. It's one of the things I was actually concerned that they fixed for Radical Dreamers Edition, because they did fix a few things, but it doesn't seem like they fixed it, and it's the same in both the PlayStation and this version.
It's such a for the speedrun at least, it's such a niche relic, but it's in theory a very cool piece of equipment if you could use it more.
Hello? I was too far up. Yeah, Fire Dragon's gonna be an adventure with 30 strength. It'll be fine. The only other time the speedrun uses it if you don't do good ending, I started running good ending just because I like it. It loses very little time. It's a cool way to end the run. You get the extra stuff. It's technically a little bit slower. And sort of everybody in the English community followed suit, and good ending is just sort of the default that most of us do now. But if you were to do bad ending, the Pendragon Sigil helps you take down the Time Devourer a little bit faster. Also see some use if you do the all characters run, which is the sort of 100% equivalent, because 100% in this game would be kind of absurd, and we haven't really decided what it would even mean. So instead we do an all characters recruitment thing, and they kind of agreed with us. Wow, I was trying to enter the enemy, enter the menu, but there is a delay before you get into the menu. So then he caught up to me. In Radical Dreamers Edition, there is a achievement for recruiting all the characters like you would in all characters speedrun.
It makes verifying super easy for the first run.
Yeah, for the first one.
And that's the thing with these old retro games, is it's hard to define what's 100%, but also what's also interesting to do. Because you can go for some really weird stuff like one of every item, one of every element, or it kind of feels like the old characters. You could probably add in like old text as well. Would kind of be like the sweet spot for entertainment and speed.
It's important there that we let that fire breath go off before we do other stuff, because we're going to strengthen, and we didn't want that to be on more red on the field. What were you going to say?
On it. Zoe is asking that say some people actually use the achievements to verify. Depending on the run, yes. Like Final Fantasy 13 has a platinum % chance, or run, where a lot of people, if you're running on PS3, will make a new profile, because a couple of those achievements are extremely easy to miss. And then some people that run it on Steam will wipe their achievements for it. It's not something where it's like you should use for verifying it if it's just one achievement, but depending on some like 100% runs, it can definitely be a very easy way to do it.
The unfortunate thing about this fight is that 2 of our characters are blue innate, and we can't avoid that fire breath, so it hurts. So that fight, it was a little bit tougher because our strength is poopy garbage, but there's a pretty consistent backup there. We got a strength up!
Hallelujah!
Oh my god.
Let's go. That deserves some hype. Can
Those
we get some hype
Wheaties
in
are
the chat?
finally kicking in.
Can we get some hype in the chat for that? We deserve some hype.
31! So beautiful. Oh, I got trapped in the corner. Oh no. Can I get out of this? I'm gonna try. I think I can go up.
Yes.
I was able to get up. Okay. Woo, woo.
A lot of the times, the boss is only like super effective against the party if they're an opposite element. Lady Andy is how I'm gonna call Marcy.
I love
Lady
it.
Andy.
Lady
Why?
Andy doesn't
Which
have
one?
Oh.
We have 2 Lady Andys.
All right. Kitty Lady Andy. There we go. We're just gonna keep adding names onto this.
What, do you want me to go Nya now? Because I can.
Yeah.
No, finish the thought. We're derailing you enough.
It's all good. Has very low hit points, very low defense, and takes extra damage because it's an opposite element. Things like Miguel and Garai, you have a very powerful white element against a lot of black element characters. So in those situations, yeah, it's a lot of Pokemon X versus Y. This is really effective against this. But for the most part after that, you're more likely to get whittled down than just outright completely nuked.
Meant to 3-3, but I misinput and only got one of them. And it did 2-2.
Is it okay to do a quick announcement?
Yeah, go for it.
Awesome. So just to let you all know that we have some 2 bid wars that have just been opened for you to donate for. We have the Pokemon Yellow name bid war for the following Pokemon and characters as well. You have Charmander to name, Lapras, Pidgey, and also the rival. So put in those names of who you want to have the, put in the names down for who you want to have for Charmander, Lapras, Pidgey, and Rival in Pokemon Yellow. And we also have the bid war for 3DS Kirby. We could do the DDD Tour, Kirby Triple Deluxe, or Meta Nightmare Returns, Kirby Planet Robobot. So those are the bid wars that you can go for.
Real quick, just to interject, cut off Starkey's name if we haven't already.
Can confirm that has been cut off.
Because we're about to grab Starkey. I wasn't supposed to switch yet. Need to do Orla first.
You don't need to do new games, multiple new games to get all characters. What you can do is you can make save points where stories diverge. So the all characters run, I believe, makes 5 saves throughout the entire run. And then once you beat the game, there's an option called Continue Plus.
Yeah, it's really unique. It's the only game I've seen that does it. It basically lets you make a New Game Plus file from any save that you have on the previous run. So you can just start New Game Plus like halfway through the story instead of every time you having to start over like from the start. It's really, really cool. And I wish more games would pick up a cue from that.
Yeah, so you would end up doing, I believe it's 5, and then you would merge all the files together by using the Chrono Cross in Sprig's home, and then you would go get the good ending, and then go on with life. It does make it a lot more enjoyable than having to run through the game like 3 or 4 separate times.
Are you Furt?
I love it.
Just the dialogue. Capitalizing Furt was the correct call, by the way. It is better comedically.
Excellent call on that.
So we have to talk to the sage here. And that Orla fight is kind of blocking you because you show up as Lynx and people think you're here to help attack the town, so you have to fight Orla. And doing it earlier before you get the Master Immune is just annoying. Ideally, you'd have more strength because you've done a bunch of extra fights. In this instance, I only had 2 more, so it wasn't a big deal. But the Master Immune, even without the crit effect on it, just has a way higher base attack on it. So it just makes the fight faster, more consistent to do it now. And we're about to switch worlds anyway.
So
So it's a good time to do it.
Something quite amazing when I learned about how the game handles dialogue, because as raelcun was saying, it's a very large cast. What they ended up doing was they ended up writing an engine. So all the text in the game is done through like a base block, and then depending on which character you have and how they're going to say it, it'll run it through an engine to change it to their speech pattern.
Yeah.
So there's not 64 different text variations. It's just one text variation, and then the engine takes on from there. Which, by the way, Giant Andy.
Yeah.
Best character in the
I'm
game.
assuming Starkey is Andy, right?
Can confirm, yes.
So it's actually really interesting because what it does is there's a bunch of dialogue that's programmed to be character in position 2 says this. Character in position 3 says this. Nice crit. We don't get guaranteed crits against Mega Starkey. He's not Andy yet. Nice crits. Jeez. I'm... Oh, I'm not fatigued. I thought I was fatigued because the white debuff. There's a few instances in the game where having a character in your party can create very unique dialogue that you only get when they are there, but most of the time it's based on what character position they are in your party, like Dine was saying, and then they just adjusts their accent. It's a really cool system. I think one of the big complaints was that it felt like characters didn't get enough unique dialogue, which I can kind of get. There's like 42, 46 characters. I don't remember the exact number. And there's very few instances where you get unique dialogue from them for bringing them to a situation. But they already put a huge amount of effort into this game, so I can see why that wasn't included.
I feel like that happens when you have a large cast. Like Suikoden 2 is also kind of like that, or Suikoden 1, I should say, with like the 108 recruitable people. It's just too many people, and you can't flush them out with enough time unless you add another 50 hours to the game and have like a side quest for them or something like that.
I think it feels different for Suikoden just because their effects when you go into like the big battles with them are so drastically different. Some of them have like really unique recruitment or requirements. Some of them do have very unique sets of dialogue. So I think people don't complain about it with Suikoden as much just because it's a little bit of a different game. And I think there's a lot of people who also just... It wasn't the Chrono Trigger sequel they wanted, so it's just another thing to complain about. Just a lot of different things going into it.
That's fair. I never looked at it that way.
So you're asking the name of the Pokemon. If you're asking about the name of the character that evolves, it's Pip. There's also a cute little dragon that you hatch from an egg that's named Draggy. So, depends on which one you're talking about.
There's
also,
Neofeo.
Yeah, also, Pip's evolution system doesn't work right. I don't know if they fixed it in Radical Dreamers Edition. I hope they did, because the trading cards are all of Pip's evolutions. That would be unfortunate if it still doesn't work. Basically, the reason why it doesn't work is that based on what you do with Pip, you get different evolutions, and it's supposed to change the stat gain, so that, like, depending on how you evolve Pip, you get a very different character, and the element grid changes. There's a bunch of other stuff, but the stat changes don't work. So you get different element grids, but not the different stat growth. So, like, the really element-focused Pip doesn't get increased magic, which is really great.
I know you can bug out or kind of like glitch out Pip's element grid.
Yeah, you can.
Where it's like you evolve Pip to the max form, and then if you reset and load it, the element grid's still in memory.
Mm-hmm. There's certain things with memory and things not loading, and then if you evolve at the wrong time, you can kind of like permanently mess up Pip as well.
Oh, I didn't know it had like a negative effect like that.
Yeah, it's Fargo. I don't have the turn white on Fargo. It's not the end of the world. Just means it's gonna get a few more attacks off. Turn white would make this fight a little bit more consistent and a little bit faster. I missed equipping it. It's fine. I'll just fix it after this. What's up?
Are we good for a donation?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, $10 from Rokon saying praise Helix, and I just checked, and they put $10 money towards naming all three Pokemon and the rival, and guess what name they put for all
Helix.
4 characters?
Yes!
Andy.
Yes!
Oh no!
Keep the train going,
Helix.
chat.
I was hoping Helix as well, and then Rokon debated me when I checked the bid index. I'm like, Thank you, Rokon.
So now we finally get to be turned back into, I forgot the name, Furt. We finally get to return to Furt.
We get our brand new body back.
So, fun story about this section. We're going to have a cutscene. It's pretty long. You'll have plenty of time to do donations during. But there's a section where Surge regrows his new body and stands up, and there's kind of a pan over his butt. It's not like lewd, just, there's a butt there. And every time I was practicing this and routing it for 3 months, when I got to this cutscene, it would change the stream thumbnail of my stream to be Surge's butt.
It's weird how like Twitch and YouTube does things like that, where it's like it'll pick on one image and it kind of just sticks with it.
Right, but yeah, if you have more donations or other things to plug, we got a 2-minute cutscene here.
All right. No donations at the moment, but just want to let you know about one of our other sponsors. Fastest FursFall Fest 2022 is sponsored by Furry Logic Escape Rooms. Furry Logic is a proud provider of on-site escape room experiences at furry and other fandom conventions around the country. Their puzzle-filled sets bring people together to enjoy whimsically themed games in an in-person environment. They've also transformed physical games into digital point-and-click team building activities through their online team building brand, Think Quick Events. You could donate at least $5 during the marathon to be entered for a chance to win one of 4 LED name badges, or donate $20 to win an online escape room session for you and up to 10 friends. Follow them online at Furry Logic LLC. That's Furry Logic LLC, all one word, on Twitter for more information.
All right, so I'm thinking about what to do with our low strength. We're up to 34, which is it's better, but we're still very low for where we should be. And we've got the extra Dragoon's Gauntlet, and we're going to be using Fargo here for a bit. He's got the Stone Sword. We got a couple mechanical enemies coming up. We have him attack a little bit just for stamina refreshing and, a little bit of chip damage. So I think I'm going to throw the extra Dragoon Gauntlet on Fargo. Probably the extra Dragoon's Honor too, because his strength is actually pretty decent. So by giving him some strength items, he'll actually be doing more than just chip damage. And that should hopefully make up for our abysmal strength on Furt here. Give us more consistent strats moving until hopefully Furt can catch up. So I think that's the plan.
I too hope the Andy meme carries on for the rest of the marathon, and I apologize for nothing. It was nice being invited to this event, and I'll probably never see you again.
I hope you return, because this has been amazing with both of you. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
It's been a lot of fun. As much as I was like, please don't do it, it's been really funny hearing the donations, and it's a really great cause, so thanks everybody who's donated. I mentioned it earlier, but not kind of indirectly, I'm non-binary, and it can be really tough as a non-binary person getting to transition the way you'd like to, because a lot of doctors aren't big on the whole non-binary transitioning thing. So just support to trans people in general is very much appreciated right now. Things are tough. And you don't need to donate a whole lot, just every few dollars, anything you can afford really helps out. It's a great cause.
So the Sea of Eden, there's 3 pillars, past, present, and future. And depending on which order you talk to them, you'll get a different boss, and that boss will drop a different spell. So what we're looking for is to do past, future, present.
I think that's it, yeah.
I was waiting for the third island.
Which gives us Vita Unus, which gives us the hands down best element in the game, and I do not say that lightly.
Vita Unus is weird with how it handles damage. You can only deal up to a certain amount, and then you stop dealing damage until it gets its turn.
I think looking at the memory, there's a few bosses like this where it's coded where it just has thresholds, and it actually has just a huge amount of HP. And when it hits certain thresholds, it just sets its HP value. I think that's how it worked when I was looking at it.
I remember Andy looked at it and it was doing a lot of weird stuff. I probably should have checked and been a responsible adult before the start of this.
It's been a while since I looked at it in memory. I think that's what was happening, but...
So we've been talking about Vigora a lot. What it does is it gives you 21 free stamina. Which
21 free AP.
AP, sorry. I'll one day stop mixing those two up. So
Look at how much damage Fargo's doing.
I know. Bert needs to eat more Wheaties.
Sorry, keep going.
So it'll turn Furt into basically a crit machine, which you'll see coming up definitely on the next boss.
Oh,
Where
plus 2 on Fargo.
Fargo is stealing all the strength.
Sorry, I keep interrupting you. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's all good. It's getting late into the run. We're both tired. Yeah, Vigora isn't used too much in the rest of the run, with it being as powerful as it is. Just because a lot of the times, especially with the Master Mune, the fights don't last long enough for Vigora to really be worth it. But the fights we do use it on, it does save quite a bit of time, and it does save a lot of headache. The big two is, like I said, the next boss coming up, and then the true final boss before the victory lap boss. And once again, because Vigora is a buff type element, putting it on the -2 slot means we don't get any penalties and we get to cast it a little bit sooner. Vita Police is a very, very rough boss when you get to this casually.
I need to get some extra damage in with Fargo. That's gonna kill Marcy. This boss just really likes killing Marcy. I don't know why. So I'm gonna 2-2 here. It's a little risky. But I want extra damage with Fargo because my strength is just terrible. And Fargo has good strength. So I'm going to show off Vigora. I'm going to strengthen and it won't drain my stamina. And then we're going to dash and slash. Still won't drain my stamina. And then the accuracy always displays wrong with Vigora on the first part. It doesn't know how to handle it. And then you have the stamina to use the final 3, and it doesn't like it sometimes, so you have to like cancel out. And you just get all those free attacks without draining your stamina. That's why Vigora is just the best element in the game if you can route fights around it. Still no strength up. What is...
Fargo's gonna be the big carry if this keeps up. Hopefully Glenn's been getting good setups in the background.
Yeah, the nice thing is that despite all this bad luck, a lot of our strats around Terra Tower use X-Strike, which uses both Surge, or Furt, and Glenn's strengths combined in a complicated formula. Depending on which one of them casts it, it's weird. So if Glenn has good strength, I can kind of just adjust a little bit. It's not going to be great. We're bleeding time on every boss because of this. But we're still well ahead of pace for what our estimate is. So we're doing fine. Just doing this entire section with fast forward on against those enemies is terrible. So sometimes I just don't. Andy attempted to explain the HP on Vita Unus in chat, and it's just a lot. If you want
Yeah.
If you want to read through it, It's there.
There's a lot of depth to the battle system, which something as a kid it was just you don't realize, but then as Handy was saying earlier too, it's when you pick up a speedrun you generally tend to learn a lot about the game if you stick with it for a period of time. And it just makes you appreciate the game and the run and how it works that much more when you have a good idea on all the working parts in it.
I'm contemplating a bad idea, Dine.
What is it?
Do I like kill 2 minutes and try for the low percent chance power seal? Since our strength is that bad?
Why not?
So the power seal is the one that gives +5 strength. We normally only get access to 1. But these enemies here... Oh, there's one over there. I didn't need to do that. Okay, whatever. These enemies here have a chance of dropping them. It's a rare drop. It's not likely to happen.
I think it's
So
like a 9% overall. Because the 90% drop chance, then 10% for the rare.
I was hoping Marcy would survive just so I could heal. Oh, look at the damage from Fargo. Fargo's so buff.
On the
Dendrite.
Denarite.
I'll try one more fight.
Yeah. I'd say at this point it's definitely worth the shot. You're going to start gaining some strength, but Fert's still lagging behind by quite a bit.
That's ridiculous that he can equal Surge's damage right now. Absolutely absurd. He has less strength equipment on.
Oh!
You got it!
Yo, let's go.
That's hype.
All right, time to go for another one.
No.
Surely we won't be here for 20 minutes. Alright, so Fert is less in a bad place.
That's +2 strength over where we normally would be. So for all of our strength calculations, we add 2 to our strength. I didn't get a good lineup, and where strength is high, and there's only 1, so I'm just gonna kill this guy. There's like a strat here where you can run away a few times and get this chest without having to actually fight it. But given our strength value on Fargo, and we got that... Oh, he missed. Got that power seal. Unfortunately, because Fargo missed, he didn't die. He's got like no health.
I believe Carbon was playing around with this, and if Fargo and Surge were in a very good place, it was potentially faster just to kill him outright than do the 3 or 4 escapes to get around him.
Yeah, especially if you get the single. It can definitely be faster on the single if you get good luck. I've just started doing that. If I get the single on the first try and my strength is anywhere reasonable, I only went for it here because Fargo's strength is cracked. So it's counting on the damage from Fargo, and then he missed. So we're learning a lot of lore here. The important lore that I'm going to go over is that there is a kind of throwaway series of text boxes where we learned that Robo's memory banks were integrated in this computer system, and then Robo gets deleted. So get your sad emotes out. Get ready to pour one out for our boy Robo. I'll let you know when. This is Robo talking right now, and slows down and deleted. There we go. Give us your sad emotes. And here's Fate. This is a really, really difficult fight casually. If we do not get the Magnify off before Diminish, we need to run away. Because of what I mentioned earlier about how Magnify and Diminish interact with each other. They override each other based on which one is cast first. And I want Magnify to be active, not Diminish. Hey, good. We didn't get the one roll.
So there's a couple of ways you can approach this. Some runners will do an extra turn white on Furt to boost Furt's summon. So Furt, we got a summon called Saints, which is a very, very high damaging level 8 summon that will also pretty much give you a full heal to your party afterwards. So the main goal is just kill Fate before the counter gets to 1, which, if everything goes good, or at least somewhat decent, you shouldn't have much of an issue. So here we're boosting Furt's magic, reducing Fate's magic damage, or magic defense. This is where the weird interaction with having a innate white and then a turned white will also boost the damage. I think it's an extra roughly 300 to 400 damage.
It shouldn't kill because my strength is really low. But Fargo should be able to finish it off. He's got high enough strength. That should do enough extra damage. I missed!
So Fate has a
No,
little over
that's
52.
not acceptable. I don't have the revive equipped right now. Oh, that sucks. It's better for the menuing to not have revive equipped right now. Sorry, go ahead.
Fate's got a little over 5,200 hit points, and that Saints did 3,700.
Another +2 strength on Marcy. The game is taunting me.
You know it's going to be a good run. I say this very sarcastically when Marcy has more strength than Surge.
Does she? I wasn't looking.
I don't think she does yet, but I think it could be coming in the future.
We can check when we... Yeah, Saints is just the best summon, period. It does a lot of damage, and it just heals you to full.
There's also a lot of other modifiers like Magnify. You got
Weak-minded
Magnify, Genius.
We turned White Surge.
Weak Mind on Fate.
Early on when I was routing this game, before people like Evil Ash came through and did things like, hey, this is way smarter, I actually put plus magic items onto Surge for that. And Saints did actually 5,000 damage and just killed. But smarter people came along and were like, but if we have strength items, Saints still does a lot of damage, and the little bit of tip damage you do building up Saints will be enough to kill it.
Saints will still mess them up.
This is where the story goes off the rails even harder, by the way. So the Reptites, way back in the day, in alternate worlds, became the dominant species, and then Luca used her time-traveling technology and on her science to found Chronopolis, which was a time-traveling city of the future, which then traveled to New World and got into a war with the Reptites. I'm not kidding. The Reptites had the dragons with them, and their dragons had to be split into different elements, and the computer system Fate was keeping them from merging again. So the dragons were helping us because they wanted us to take out Fate so they could merge and become the dragon god again and try to take their revenge on the Warmbloods. And it turns out that Harley is secretly a dragon. This sounds ridiculous, but this is all not even me exaggerating. That's actually the story to this game. It's kind of just a weird turn because it comes out of nowhere and like, by the way, the dragons are now the big bad. And then after you deal with the dragons, it's like, but what if Lavos, but more? Hands up in chat if you're secretly a dragon. What's
Hand
that,
is
Andy?
up. I was going to say, hand is up, and also, are we good for one quick donation?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, we just had an anonymous donation of $100, and the message reads, Andy all the way. Thank you very much, Anonymous. Appreciate that.
So about the Lavos not being stopped thing, the one detail that kind of isn't explained well enough, this is in the same like world as Chrono Trigger, but this is a different timeline from Chrono Trigger. This is one of the timelines where Lavos was stopped, but not the one from Chrono Trigger. It's a weird distinction. So like there's a fragment of Lavos that escaped, and we need to do some equipment management, and I don't know where Marcy is. I think this is Marcy. I'm just gonna unequip all these.
I think, yeah, 402 sounds right.
I don't remember. So we're unequipping all the Andes. It's fine.
Legasp.
Oh, but which one's Fargo? I need to find Fargo. There we go. Where's Scarf?
So we have Starkey in the party because we need him to work his space magic on a little kayak with a sail. Don't worry, it'll completely make sense in a little bit. But Starkey's spaceship crash landed in the ocean, surprisingly where we did the fish dance.
44 strength on Glenn. Why is Glenn also very good?
So there's a boss coming up that we're going to be fighting in the underwater called the Royal Jelly. And he can only be damaged by red elements. So thankfully, between hopefully Serge and Andy, they're going to pack the kick we need, mainly because Andy's doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
With the power seal and Glenn having 44 strength, we'll be fine. The weird thing is, I think technically I want to have Glenn cast X Strike, because it's like a very slight difference in damage, but with how weak Furt is, I might make a difference. It's also possible this is not actually a difference in damage, it's just RNG values, and I've tricked myself into thinking it makes a difference. I have not done the actual hundreds of iterations required to test that thoroughly.
Could you do like back-to-back testing from a save state, just because the way the RNG tables work?
Save state won't randomize the values fully, is the problem.
So you'd have to like escape, do a bunch of inputs.
Yeah. I could probably script it though if I really wanted to. I should have done that the other order where Glenn went first. Right. Should still be way more than necessary. Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah.
2,000. +1.
Hey!
35.
Yay!
So the number that you want to hit to not be sad is 44 by the end of Terra Tower. We're at 35. Means we need 9 in Terra Tower.
All right.
And there's 6 boss fights.
Yeah, let's say there's 6 boss fights. We need 9 strength. We need your energy.
So if we get +2 strength 3 times, we won't have to use the terrible backup strats. I'm just gonna, while the cutscene's going, I'm gonna load up the back backup strats in my other tab preemptively. There we go. I'm
Let me
gonna
lo-
assume we're not getting it.
Let me load up my backup sheets. I mean cheat engine. I mean backup sheets.
And that's the only reason we need Starkey, but I love Starkey. Starkey is probably tied for Rasley for my favorite character in this game.
Yeah, Starkey is. It's actually kind of interesting because when you're on the ship with Lynx, if you have Starkey, there's actually extra dialogue between Starkey and Harl.
Harley, why are your eyes leaking?
Leaking. And Starkey's dialogue just makes him so adorable.
Yeah, Starkey cute. Starkey's idle animation also is like a little headstand on his helmet. Great.
So this is
Right.
our final party that we'll be taking throughout the rest of the game.
Why is there a section of these notes that says Surge 35? Why would anybody ever plan for a surge this slow?
Actually
So
done a couple of
X-Strike is gonna
marathon
be-
runs.
X-Strike's going to be doing some heavy lifting here. Since it uses the strength of both Surge and Glenn, it makes up the difference of Surge's being terrible a little bit. Just going to have to get in some extra damage on some of these.
Alright.
36.
Well, 8 more to go.
Give us your energy, chat. This stairway section is the worst. These like shadow enemies are terrible, and they like to hide like behind the stairs where you can't see them.
I was gonna say this area is not well designed for avoiding the enemies quite easily. They can hide behind the staircase. They can hide behind the platforms. They blend in quite nicely with the water.
Yeah, they're like kind of translucent, so unless you're like paying really close attention, it's really easy to not see them. Oh, that was
Just like
scary.
that.
Whoa, okay. So this is probably the biggest section where you see me toggling speed up on and off to try and dodge enemies. Because anytime I get into any of these fights, it's just, 10, 15 seconds lost. A lot of these enemies have 0 AP rolls where they cast elements, which costs you even more. So it's always better to play it safe and slow down if you're not sure if you're going to be able to dodge them safely. Ooh, that was really close. Enemies can get into encounters with you while you're climbing. Just if their hitbox overlaps yours, that's the only thing that's important. Please.
You can
move.
also get encounters if you're falling.
Yes. There's a bad situation that we thought was a soft lock that can happen when you're falling. Turns out it's not a soft lock, but it was scary. First time.
And
somebody got it.
frustrating.
I think the first time we got a clip of somebody going that, the person like nearly had a heart attack. Like, is this gonna work? What are you doing over here? That guy never walks over here. Oh, I didn't split for Territor. Skip. Okay, well this note says 37, so oops. We're already lower strength than the notes think we'll be. Sometimes it just doesn't let me stamina push on fast forward. Turn blue on Surge. I guess it means that I'll have to do... Did I not equip the Dreamer's Bandana on Fargo? I thought I did. You have to check that. Oh, did I Eagle Eye with Fargo instead of... That might have been what I did.
I think he eagle-eyed with Fargo.
I was supposed to 1, then Eagle Eye with Glenn.
Come on, strength +2.
+1.
All right.
Let's just check to make sure. Only takes a few seconds. Yeah, I just must have Eagle-eyed with Fargo. Oh, come on.
Hello, enemy.
I was holding up against the wall because there was a high chance they were going to turn left there with the way they usually move. And then the enemy just stopped instead. So I risked it for the biscuit. Biscuit was not tasty enough to make up for it.
Yeah, this last dungeon, you do have to be quite mindful of a lot of the enemies. It's for a lot of the maps, it's very tight, closed areas.
Oh.
I didn't even see him until you ran into him.
I slowed down and it was just a little bit too late. I slowed down the actual instant that he walked into me. I didn't have time to react. A lot of times when I'm uncertain where enemies are, you'll see me pulsing it on and off like this. Just so I have more time to react, but still am saving a few seconds on the movement. The analog in this room is the worst. I actually turn off fast forward because trying to talk to Balthazar is impossible. In a lot of rooms where the analog directions aren't mapped in a way you would expect, using the D-pad helps. There is no D-pad direction there that helps you easily talk to Balthazar. You just have to hope you get the right analog direction, and I got it on that one. That's sort of the trick for a lot of the tougher movement rooms is that switching between analog and the D-pad is very useful in this game, especially on doors. If you're not sure about getting in a door or a door has been giving you a lot of troubles, hold the walk button and use the D-pad to walk into the door while you're trying to interact with it. That'll almost always fix the problem. It's just slow, so you don't want to do it.
Who's ready for some info scope?
We've got some pretty straightforward fights where I'm just going to be using X-Strike to get through them, so if you have anything to plug, Andy, now is a good time.
Alrighty, just checking to see if we have any donations. Not at this time, but yeah, in terms of plugging, Team Fast as Furs is a community of furry speedrunners that is welcoming and open to all. We currently host 2 online charity speedrun marathons per year in the spring and fall, and support ongoing community events throughout the year. Whether you are an active speedrunner or just someone who is curious about the hobby or our events, you can join us on our Discord by using the command !Discord in chat. And
I was
just
trying
to let you...
push a little extra damage on Glenn and then he missed. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's totally fine. Just want to let you all know that we do have some more bid wars up as well. If you type in !donate, you could be able to donate for those said bid wars. Currently what we have, Pokemon Yellow, you could do a name bid war for the following Pokemon. Charmander, Lapras, Pidgey, and Rival. And then we also have the 3DS Kirby bid war, which you could choose between either DDD Tour from Kirby Triple Deluxe or Meta Nightmare Returns from Kirby Planet Robobot. Currently, there's nothing for the 3DS Kirby bid war at this time, so this is a perfect opportunity if you do donate to pick either the DDD Tour or Meta Nightmare Returns.
I didn't get a strength up. I missed. Missing a strength up when you're this far behind on strength is actually impressive. Shouldn't be possible. Now I'm just hoping I hit 40.
I would say I think the backup notes are for 41 strength.
There is another one for if you're under 41. You don't want to do the strats because it's you have to equip some of the field elements. I'm pretty sure is how it works.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a fun time at all.
Oh, bye, Glenn.
It's okay, he doesn't need the strength.
I need some stamina on Surge. Do we have revive equipped? We totally don't.
Yeah, when you get to this part of the run, a lot of the fights are pretty carbon copy.
I totally should have revive equipped, by the way. Do I just Saints here?
Do it for the lulz.
It's a long animation, but it's safe because of the heal. It's not going to do nearly as much damage as on Fate. Oh, it healed him. Never mind. Never mind. Didn't know that healed him.
Run away!
Never mind. Never mind. We're just going to equip... where's Revive supposed to be? I missed it. Give me a second. It's not supposed to be on Fargo. That is supposed to be the revive. That's what I misread. Okay. I completely forgot that white elements heal him because it's not something you ever do.
I didn't even know it did that. I was like, oh man, I can't wait for this to kill. And I see the green numbers.
At some point. I just forgot. Like, yeah, Saints is safe here. It's slow, but it's safe. Heals him for 1,200. Would you stop, please? Stop picking on Glenn. There's the whole healing. It's fine.
I wonder at this point if casting Vigora on Furt. Never mind.
That probably should have been the play last time. Yeah, Vigora makes sense now that you mentioned +2. Let's go.
Hey!
Glenn also got a +2, completely unnecessary. Rubbing it in.
Very, very nice.
Alright, we're starting to look a little bit more up in the sky.
What? That hitbox? No, I disagree with that hitbox.
Alright, we need a ruling. Where's that judge from Metabots?
We need the
He usually
council of
pops out
Andy
random
to
people.
make a ruling. So 39 strength.
I'll just give them a phone call right now. I'll see what they say.
The Andy Council?
Yeah.
So one of the nice things about Radical Dreamers Edition, I'm just going to touch that save point, autosave. Going for it, holding down. Whew. So hugging the bottom edge of the screen, most of the time you'll dodge all the enemies. I went for it. Sorry, what were you going to say, Andy?
I was just going to say I have them on speed dial. So
okay. Good to know. Thankfully, this is a black element enemy. So even with a weak Surge, we can still just blow him up a little bit. Surge hitting him a little hard. $40, okay.
Alright.
Just one more from Aquator. I don't want to do the 40 strength strats. Please don't make me do them. Hugging the top this time. This is definitely the one where you autosave. I might even autosave after Aquator with how this run's going. Just because, like, if Dragon Ball God goes bad, or I push something and I die, I have to do Aqua Tor again. And this run is bad enough that I'm considering it.
We got the backup power seal.
It's true. I do have +2 strength, right? That means I'm at 41. So we're good. Thank you for reminding me.
I forgot about it until right now. Man,
We're
shot in
gonna
the dark paying off in
strengthen?
the long game.
So it'll make this X strike hit a little bit harder. Yeah, you're completely right. I have 41 strength because of the extra power seal. I mentioned it and then I forgot about it. I think it's because normally when I've got that, I'm like reminding myself constantly when my strength items are different. But I've just been distracted by other things.
Especially with having like a second power seal, because in like a PB attempt run, you'd never go for it.
Yeah, that would be. You'd only go for it if that's like either you get the power seal or you reset. Like,
Yeah.
that's the only instance you go for it. We did not get 41, so good. I'm gonna open up the 41 strength notes, 41 to 43. There we go. This is the Dragon God fight, so you have like maybe a minute and a half to say some stuff, Andy, and then I'm gonna focus on this fight because this fight is tricky.
Yep, no problem at all. Just checking on here. No donations at the moment, but just to let you all know, if you are new, welcome to Fastest FursFall Festival 2022, where we are raising money for Trans Lifeline. Since 2014, Trans Lifeline has evolved from an entirely volunteer-run operation into a comprehensive resource that employs trans-identified staff and volunteers in a variety of roles. Hotline operators have already logged thousands of hours and are committed to being a reliable resource for years to come with your support. For more information, please visit www.translifeline.org.
They have 42 strength. I'm gonna be talking to myself here, but the music is really good, so just enjoy the music. We're not gonna commentate too much because this is like the only serious time of the run. Okay, we didn't miss. Since we didn't miss, we can turn green here. Don't like that miss. Or that attack. So we need to get to 5 stamina. Strengthen. Eagle Eye. 3, pause, 3. Now we're going to turn blue, surge. Fargo pushes Surge to 6 stamina. Igora. Three. Wait. 3. Wait. Use the Vigor to turn yellow myself. So glad Surge is a different name. 3-3, wait. 3. Then we're gonna 1 and strengthen The 1 is for stamina refresh. We have 5 stamina, so we can just Eagle Eye. Turn white on search. Three, wait, 3. Then we're gonna turn black on search. Fargo attacks until Surge has 6 stamina. Genius for another black on the field. And 3-3. Okay, we did it.
Very nice.
It's not a hard fight, but if you miss input anywhere in that fight, you have to reset. So I slow down and I make sure I do it right, especially in a marathon run.
Amazing. Well done there.
To explain what was going on there, Dragon God has a ridiculous amount of health. You can do huge amounts of damage to Dragon God, but it's coded so that every 1900 damage or so, it causes a phase transition. But if you stamina push, it delays the phase transition, which is why I was always waiting. You need to make sure that you're giving Dragon God a chance to take their turns while you're inputting. So because if you do enough damage and it takes a turn without you stamina pushing, then it'll phase transition. So you need to do about 1900 damage each phase without letting the boss get a turn in between. There's a couple phases in there where their attacks are less dangerous, and if we miss, it's fine for it to take turns. But especially near the end, we do not want the boss to get a turn. It starts throwing in some really nasty and really dangerous elements. So we just do a lot of manipulation of turn elements, strengthens, make sure our stamina lines up really well. We've got like 7 variations on that fight. Well, not 7, it's like 4. Depending on what your strength values are. So now we're going to go get the Chrono Cross by combining the 2 tiers, the Tears of Hate and Tears of Love. And we've talked a lot about how elements use 7 stamina, but 1 AP. That's why I keep correcting Dine on it when he messes it up, because this is the fight where it's extremely important that elements only use 1 AP. To get the good ending, you need to have the Chrono Cross equipped and use a certain sequence of element colors. There's a number of different clues to the order of the element colors, including the attacks that the Dragon God uses. It is yellow, red, green, blue, black, white. If you have the Chrono Cross equipped, there will be a thing at the top of the screen that shows you the order of your elements. And once you cast those 6 elements, the boss disables its AI entirely and stops taking turns. Because no matter how you set it up, you can't get more than 6 turns of elements in a row before the boss will get a turn with the 10 AP that it has. So the only way to guarantee you can do this without the boss interrupting your element sequence is for the boss to not take a turn. So that's why on the bad ending runs, you cast the 6 elements. Did you really go all the way at the bottom? The Chrono Cross seems to just go to a random place in your inventory each time. So what we're going to do is we're going to stockpile element levels on all of our characters. 3 on Surge, 2 on Fargo, 2 on Glenn. Let the boss take a turn. Cast the first 6 elements so that the boss disables its AI, and then use the Chrono Cross to trigger the good ending. Unfortunate that he took an early turn, but it's fine. Just want everybody to have the correct element levels, and then we'll defend. So unfortunately, I think that's not enough. Actually, I think I did have enough AP, it's fine. So now, yellow. That's why we have all these random turn elements we used both in this fight, and we're also using them here. We used them both in the Dragon God and on this fight. Yellow, red, green. Turn blue, serve blue. Then we need black, white, which we can use Genius. And turn white 4. So now we've got the first 6 elements in order, and the boss skips its turn. Chrono Cross, time.
GG's.
Well done. Absolutely amazing run there. Well done, raelcun.
Very strong run for what? For what?
That was, looking at it, a 414.3.
Strong run for all the crap the game threw at you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we did get that power seal. So to give you an idea, I said there's a backup 40 strength strat you don't want to use. If you're below 41, you have to equip Yellow Field on Surge. It's bad. But you have to use the Yellow Fields on the Green Dragon just to buff Surge damage. That fight is way more dangerous on 40 strength, though, on Radical Dreamers Edition, because the phase transitions actually do damage.
I was going to mention that.
If you play the PlayStation version, every time the Dragon God throws you to the next stage, you take 0 damage. Except in
Or
rare
massive
instances.
damage.
Yeah. It's supposed to do chip damage. They fixed that in Radical Dreamers Edition, which lends more to my theory that it's a weird memory issue. I don't think they intentionally fixed it. I think it's just porting it to a platform where the memory works properly, means it doesn't bug out. But the quick overview of the story here. This is Shayla. Shayla wound up trapped inside of the fragment of Lavos that escaped. She created the last of her magic she used to create Kid to find us and help us rescue her. So this is Shayla finally escaping from the Time Devourer, aka Lavos. And we get this ending where she talks about a lot of existential things. And as a result of the good ending, we merge the timelines back together. So we take the 2 worlds that were split and they become one, which means that sort of everybody gets the best version of their story back into one world. Surge wakes up on the beach. He remembers everything that happened, but nobody else does. And then we get a final message from Kid/Shayla who says, doesn't matter where or when, how much time it takes, no matter what world, what timeline, I will find you. And then we get this book and like an epilogue, and it zooms in on a picture of a grown-up Kid and Surge standing next to each other in sort of like a family pose. And that's the good ending.
Wonderful. And say thank you again, raelcun, for showcasing this amazing run. It was really terrific to see, and I'm glad to have been a part of it. And Dan as well, thank you so much for being a commentator as well. It was both of you truly tremendous, and thank you for being a part of this marathon. Would you like to... Oh, sorry, after you.
Oh, no, I was going to say, thanks to raelcun for allowing me to be a part of this. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. It's late. I very much appreciated having somebody else to bounce off of, so I didn't have to talk for 4 hours.
Oh, my pleasure, good sir.
raelcun, Dine, during this part, would you like to shout yourselves out? And also the community for Chrono Cross?
Yeah, so the community for Chrono Cross is great. We've got a Chrono Speedruns Discord, which covers both Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross, and also Radical Dreamers, the Satellaview release. It's sort of the pre-release of Chrono Cross. The writing equivalent is that it's like chapter 1 short story that was converted into a full novel. It's like a lot of the plot points didn't carry over. It's about an hour-long speedrun, kind of text adventure-y. It's got a lot of really interesting tech. There's a very small community there. But if you're interested, you can check it out over on our Discord. And you can actually play it on this version. You can follow me on Twitch if you want, but I don't stream a lot because running production for Games Done Quick is my job. And I don't really want my personal stream to also become a job, so it's a hobby. I very rarely turn it on. So if you're interested in seeing me around, you'll find me on Games Done Quick during our daily content on Hotfix, weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern.
All right, and Dine, would you like to shout yourself out as well?
I speedrun primarily JRPGs, Final Fantasy VI, Phantasy Star 4. Phantasy Star 4 has been my big focus for the last little bit. Stream mostly at the nighttime. Once or twice on the weekend. Looking to branch out into other games, but RPGs have been my nice comfy spot.
Awesome stuff. Well, once again, raelcun, Dine, thank you so much for being a part of Fastest FursFall Festival. Thank you for showing us this wonderful run of Chrono Cross Radical Dreamers Edition. And just thank you so much. It's been absolutely wonderful to have you both on.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thanks for having me.